All right.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I do apologize about the rescheduling. This was supposed to happen later today, but I've got some stuff going on in real life that's been taking up a lot of my time. And so I'm joined a little early with Mr. Thidran, Theodore Morgan-Mojo. Would you just prefer Theodore or Thidran?
just just use Thidran.
Just use Thidran. Okay.
Yeah, it'll work.
All right. Well, hey, how are you doing today, Thidran?
Not so hot, but I can do this. I got nothing better to do, so why not?
All right. All right. Well, I'll keep it pretty open-ended to start off. Tell me about your GamerGate experience.
Well, my initial bit was during the conspiracy issue, burgers and fries, and I was seeing stuff getting censored on 4chan. I ended up hearing about it on the TG board, which I tended to frequent, and I was noticing that certain threads were getting outright, sent down with the anchor or just outright deleted in one case. And I was like, what's going on here? So they ended up the IRC channel I was at on Rizon, and it was like, hey, there's some people that are talking about over on a different channel. Why don't you take a look? It's like, yeah, I'll take a look. So that's what I did.
And what did
I
you
think it
find?
was like found that it was basically a repeat of a gal called Zoe Quinn being an idiot again, and a guy talking about her being an idiot. In this case, her infidelity and the infamous Five Guys.
What made this Five Guys story interesting to you?
The Five Guys bits alone was nothing, but she already had a history of shenanigans anyways, and I already could tell that the mess was going to be massive. So I figured I'd get some laughs at seeing what ends up happening, seeing who comes out of the woodwork, which did not take long. And what had happened real quick was once again, people from Something Awful, well, not Something Awful as y'all might know it, but Goon Swarm and some of left wing Twitter ended up going after Chan folk on that 4chan. So it became a mess as a result.
When I interviewed you several years ago, you seemed to make a big deal out of this idea that a lot of what happened with Gamergate, or at least the early first few weeks of Gamergate, was this war between the Something Awful community and the 4chan slash 8chan community.
Pretty much. Not as it went on further and further, because some of them ended up having higher bits, but you would see their influence even up to the points of the first mainstream introduction of it. Anne Reed was the same group as Ezra Klein was, who was a noted Goonswarm dude. Just to put it in perspective.
Hang on, I got something annoying happening.
Okay, yeah,
Sorry about that.
no problem. The point I'm making on that one was the first mainstream reporting on the Gamergate was by Anne Reed. She was a part of a group called Journalist that was founded by Ezra Klein, a guy that was noted for his ties to Goonswarm.
Okay. So what did I don't Anne Reed? I don't even know who this is. Who covered this story, or what was her story?
Basically calling Gamergate a harassment campaign and using the usual party line.
Can you link this, the archive?
It's been so long and it was a TV video. It wasn't a standard one. You'd probably have to look up something like Anne Reed Gamergate.
Gotcha. Okay. So you think that is this how the narrative started? That this one person, Anne
No,
Reed, covered Gamergate, and then they made up some stuff about it being a harassment campaign?
no, that's came later. I was giving an example of what I meant from an earlier question because you had mentioned something awful and Chan uses throwing down and having a bit of a war. That was using that as an example of such.
Okay. Now I've interviewed a lot of people so far, and you're the first person to bring up the something awful versus 4chan slash 8chan connection. Why don't these other
Well,
people talk
yeah,
about this?
because most of them probably don't know about it or won't acknowledge it anyways, because they don't know enough. They're too busy shilling themselves more often than not.
Yeah, I know there's always been rumors floating around that I've heard over the years that a lot of the social justice people did come out of the something awful community, including Zoe Quinn herself, I believe, right? But I don't know. I don't know if that's all true. I don't know about something awful. I know it's a website you pay $10 for, and
And I've had so much fun making fun of them over that.
they have a perception that there's a perception that they're more social justice aligned, but they're also
It's
like
not quite true,
okay.
but they have a lot of splinter groups, which is why I was specifying splinter groups. Where Twitter, for instance, tends to be left wing line. The Goon Swarm tends to run the gamut, but quite a bit of its leadership is left wing line. Let's see. For contrast, something like something sensitive back in the day was more right wing. 4chan ended up splintering off way early because way back when the original owner of 4chan ended up getting his shit pushed in onto something awful's for him, and he ended up running to 4chan and making that so he could talk about his anime. Stuff like that. There's a lot of splinters
Okay, so I how important is it that okay, so some you guys on 4chan, let me just get this straight. You guys on 4chan are and other places too. There's Reddit is talking about it. Are talking about the drama involving Zoe Quinn. And
Yeah.
also YouTubers are getting involved. They're making videos about this. It's good content for them or they perceive it to be, right?
Oh, for sure. They were ended up trawling the IRC too to try and give suggestions and try to drum up content themselves. That actually brings me up to an early thing I would actually consider harassment, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, so remember a guy called Mundane Matt?
Indeed, I do remember Mundane Matt.
Well, you might not remember it, but once upon a time, this genius thought it would be a good idea to set up a uniform for a bunch of people to follow Zoe Quinn to gaming conventions, which was the shirt called Five Guys, Burgers, and Lies.
Yeah, well, Mundane Matt was
Yeah,
never known for being an especially smart person. This never happened, though, to be clear, right? This was just like a stupid
that is
idea he
true.
said.
He was attempting to push that idea, and he was told it was a bad idea because of the obvious that it would be used as harassment claims and that it was actually harassment as opposed to what was commonly claimed.
So, why did you call the channel Burgers and Fries?
Because it was a funny meme. Because that's pretty much all it was.
And there was an alternative title, I believe. Do you want to talk about that?
The alternative bit that ended up happening was came out during the conspiracy era. What ended up happening was he had mentioned it in private during interviews and whatnots to Short Fat Kotaku and Camera Lady, and he was thinking of making two different titles between the two. One of them was Five Guys. The other one was Two Greyhound Buses, which I'm, to be perfectly frank, glad that he did not take as that Zoe Post coach.
And what is the point of the meme to make such an emphasis out of the Five Guys stuff in particular?
The point of Five Guys was Zoe Quinn did at least five different guys that was benefiting her. In others, she was whoring herself out with at least five separate guys. The two Greyhound buses was an extrapolation of that, and that it was not just five guys, it was at least two Greyhound buses of people.
Now, Aaron Joni, I believe, in the IRC, or someone claiming to be him. There are other users claiming it was verified. Aaron underscore G, I believe. In
That
the
was
I,
Aaron.
yeah, in the IRC chat logs, he says that he thinks people are taking it in a slut shaming direction, which he doesn't like. That he viewed it more as it should be infidelity shaming.
Which he did. I mean, would you be happy at someone deciding to cheat on you with multiple people, not tell you, break your trust over and over again, and then try to shut you up at every opportunity that you could?
No, obviously I would not be happy about that, but I wouldn't view that as like a public thing that should be like necessarily blown up all over the internet either.
Yeah, you never know what people end up bringing up. What ended up making the thing interesting was the response, not the initial post, because the initial post was quite frankly boring.
Okay, so was it was
Yeah,
it was it really just like, hey, this is some stupid internet drama, let's talk about it. We're gonna name the IRC channel that, and then that's it. That's really the
yeah,
story.
it. Really, that's the initial bit because it was stupid internet drama. We've had history with this particular idiot before, and it's like there's potential in this, and we want to see what's going on. And then all of a sudden, the response keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it's like, okay, we got ourselves a big bag of popcorn. What's going on? Then all the tops start getting dropped, including stuff like the Polytron bit that happened before GG was titled, by the way, and actually interesting stuff. You know,
Huh. Okay. So you talked about the previous stuff that happened before. You're referring to Wizard Chan and Fine Young
I did
Capitalist,
refer
things like that.
to Wizard Champ.
Okay.
The Zari Quinn issue with Wizard Chan is that she ended up faking harassments using a similar pattern that she did during Gamergate, in which she claimed that these people are all going up to her spot, on her phone, blowing up her phone. It's like these are such gosh darn hazardous people, and they need to be dealt with. Which ended up encouraging a whole bunch of people to go to a website that ends up having a suicide hotline as their bloody header because these are rather depressed, young, and somewhat less young men trying to talk about their problems with their virginity. Because Wizard Chan is a rather infamous meme involving the age of 30 being you get magical powers. It's a joke, of course, but you get the point.
All right. So some people would say, hey, look, making an internet meme like this, making an IRC channel and calling it burgers and fries, it seems like it's kind of slut shaming behavior.
I never really wasted my time calling her slut. She's a whore. To be honest, I would be less annoyed with her if she was simply a slut. I mean, okay, you enjoy sex. Whoop de doo day. But I do not appreciate someone who's whoring herself out for all these abject bonuses just to end up shitting on everyone's heads.
Well, to be clear, I mean, Thidran, we don't even know that it was because of like these abject bonuses, right? Like maybe if she interacts with Nathan Grayson on a regular basis because he is a games journalist and she's a game developer. Like maybe you think that they should be disclosing this or be more careful, but like back then, as we know now, none of them were careful. All these game journalists, not everybody, but like most of the game journalists and most of the game developers were in bed with each other all the time, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively. But like this was a very common thing back then in this industry. And maybe it shouldn't have been, and it probably shouldn't have been, or it should have been disclosed at the very least if it was. And it wasn't. But like
It really wasn't.
maybe it's just two people who are like, "Hey, look, we're at this convention together. Let's go fuck."
She had a bunch of that too.
Like so we don't like it seems like you're like making it like okay, well we know that she did this specifically so she can get her game promoted, which we don't
Not
know.
just that, but it's simply promoting her brand. She don't need to have a particular game.
But isn't do you think that Nathan Grayson shares like the majority of the blame here as the person who's the games journalist?
Obviously.
Okay. All right.
Hey, don't get it twisted. I think he's a complete and utter scumbucket too.
Do you think uh how active were you in the early I know you're now the owner or later became the owner of Burgers and Fries, the IRC channel, but you weren't the owner in the beginning, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, what was it like in the beginning as a user there? Did you see a lot of people calling for harassment? You mentioned Mundane Matt, but any others?
Another one that people claimed was a call for harassment. Rogue Star. It was a little after the Polytron dots and the, let's see, and people were just beginning to release those indefensible videos, which prompted him to show up talking all kinds of craziness.
Now, there are two allegations regarding Rogue Star, and I'm not super familiar. This was way before I got involved with Gamergate. Um, but I remember when I joined Gamergate, or got involved with Gamergate, I should say, everybody was like, that Rogue Star guy, he's a bad actor, don't talk to him. And there's two allegations, which I, at the time, saw evidence that I thought was compelling for at least one of them. One of which is that he sent Brianna Wu stuff in the mail. And then the other one is that he engaged in or advocating that people get hacked. Is that right?
I don't know about the Brianna Wu mail, admittedly, but the wanting to be hacked, I'm pretty sure he wanted people's lives ruined over this shenanigans. Although at least I can understand why he ended up making those initial postings on IRC. The reason was simple. He was one of those people that were competing in IGF. And whenever people were looking into it and realizing that IGF was as rigged as it was understandably salty about that overall issue.
Okay, so there were some bad actors in the beginning. I believe the anti-Gamergate community they like to point to a specific individual too, Sweet J Bro. I've never heard of this person. Maybe they were active in that chat room at the time. I don't know.
He
But
was for a while, yeah.
and I believe he said that he wanted her to kill herself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. That would fit in line with him, yeah.
So you can see how people, especially people who aren't from the Chan communities, um, might be looking at this from the outside and be like, okay, maybe this is like a harassment campaign against this woman.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. If mean words equal harassment, then just about everyone would be in jail. As cruel as that is to say.
And you feel like the burgers and fries stuff never crossed the line into real life stuff. It was always strictly, we're just going to talk about it.
The worst that ended up happening was people were sharing stuff that was already coming out that went out elsewhere. Like, for example, early links to the Polytron DOS.
Well, they shared the links to a docs.
An actual DOS. You do realize that the site had gotten hacked, right? And the guy had publicly released it off of that site. And so
Okay,
people were
so
linking to that site and he's like, hey, download this because this is some interesting stuff. Let's laugh at
okay,
this. Let's see what's going on.
so it wasn't like a here's an address and phone number. It's here's all the information from this data server, basically.
It was a similar issue with in the later ones, stuff like the Ashley Madison one. That was
Yes, I
whenever
remember
I
that.
was owner, and I ended up having to revise it a couple of times. It's like, okay, you can link to the overall form, but do not link to the thread directly for very obvious reasons, because that stuff contains dots as an actual dots, not simply a name and And a couple people ended up missing the memo, and like a few seconds after I put it, were already linking it because they were looking at the thread itself. And so that was some push back and forth, and then it's like, look, can't have that.
Okay, so were you when they were sharing the Polytron hack? You were still not the board owner or moderator, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, how did the current moderation handle the sharing of the hacked information, including the docs is included?
They had allowed it outright. They didn't end up encouraging it or encouraging to dox more people, but they certainly were not banning people for linking it.
And you said with the Ashley Madison situation later on, you handled it differently. Did you have a different approach to
My
moderation?
approach was rather light-handed. but I prefer not supporting things that would be legally actionable, considering that I was not anonymous.
Okay, all right. Now, obviously, the burgers and fries stuff, it stirs up a lot of controversy and a lot of attention. A lot of people on the internet are talking about this.
Yep,
Some people think, wow, there's a lot of corruption here. Some people think, LOL, this is some hilarious drama. Some people think, hey, look, these guys are kind of sexist.
yep, all three of them true.
And then a
Yeah,
couple weeks go by. Over that time, more ethical violations are uncovered. Patricia Hernandez, the alleged allegation with Robert Arnott and Nathan Grayson, I know it looks really strong, but I don't think there's 100% proof. I wouldn't convict him in a court of law based on what I've seen. Um, so maybe he's not guilty of that, and it just looks really bad. Either way, it looks really bad. But controversy also, Danielle Reindow um, gave Gone Home a 10 out of 10, and that was discovered. So it seems like a lot of different over the next 2 weeks, a lot of different ethical violations are uncovered, as well as the indefensible stuff involving the IGDA, I believe, right?
yep, and IGF.
Okay. Was the digging and stuff happening because of the burgers and fries people, or was that other people looking into this stuff, or what happened?
Burgers and fries people were doing a lot of research in the background because that, like I said, anyone can end up just obsessing over the drama, but the result of the reaction is what ended up spurring further interest. If there wasn't so much, censorship going on, there would not have been such a Streisand effect.
And why do you think the censorship happened?
Because Zoe was embarrassed and got a bunch of her buddies to end up at shitting up the place.
You shitting up the place. What do you mean?
Well, I'll take one example. What happened with 4chan? The moderator ended up letting me know years down the line what happened and why GamerGate was not allowed on 4chan. They have a rather robust system. They are well equipped to handle DDoS attacks because they can divert a whole bunch of those moves and whatnot. What broke was ultimately the moderation because what would end up happening is script kiddies was hired, and what they would do is they would file false reports on any post that ended up having certain keywords like Gamergate or conspiracy and so on and so forth. And whenever moderators are having to handle hundreds of reports every day over this particular subject, it's no wonder that they're going to be cracking down more and more.
So it was really just that they were basically tired of dealing with it, and they were getting mass reported about it.
Pretty much, mods get tired over stuff like that.
Who do you think was doing the mass reporting?
To be blunt, that would be an example of Goonswarm and the tiers. It ain't that expensive to hire a script kiddie to do it, though, so I wouldn't put it past third party trolls doing that as well.
Okay, and I guess it's probably worth qualifying for the book and for the audience that, for context, the Something Awful community is a very large online website, and so is 4chan, and they did have a bit of a friendly rivalry of sorts, right?
Yep, and which they won against 4chan far more often than the other way around.
Okay, why it just seems so weird that like I've heard the Something Awful stuff before from other people, and not in the interviews, but during GamerGate, I heard a little bit about it, but it seemed like so many people didn't even know about this stuff.
It's weird, isn't it?
Do you think that's why do you think that is? Why do you think they haven't heard about this?
Because the average person doesn't do any real digging. They just spout whatever common lines are available.
And is there any proof at all that the Something Awful people were trying to stop this from happening?
There were quite a few people in Something Awful that weren't trying to trash the place, but they didn't really have the pull, unlike someone like Zoe.
And do you have archives of them talking about this, and either privately or publicly, about them going to try and take on 4chan in this regard?
As far as that's not directly, no. All I have are the actions that were done by select people.
And you good reasons if these people were associated with SA.
In one group or another, yes.
All right. So as this thing blows up, 2 weeks later, group of articles come out. The gamers are dead articles. Gamers are over. Leigh Alexander's piece,
Yeah.
Evan Wilson's piece, several other articles. 10 of them on the same day, 9 in the following days, and they're declaring that the gamer identity, some of them are at least, that the gamer identity needs to come to an end, and that gaming culture is toxic. And some of them cite this incident as proof of
Yeah.
that.
The thing is, people ended up seeing the obvious. You know, gamers are dead. Gamers are toxic. You need to move on and do something else. But what they don't understand is the entire point of them pushing all that was them going to a different audience. They are sick and tired of catering to that particular gamer archetype, which they are more than tired of by this point. Instead, what they are pushing towards are other groups, like governments.
Like governments, what do you mean?
Well, take what ends up happening with government contracts in the arts and sciences, which only started really dying down in the U.S. in Trump's years and it's starting to tick back up. You didn't realize that people end up applying for government grants for games?
I'm sure they probably have, and I think that's probably fine. Like the
It's fine, but it ultimately ends up pushing propaganda.
well, the movie industry like has a very close relationship
Movie does that.
with the military, for instance.
So does some blocks of the gaming industry.
And why do you think that this is an issue, especially since like I'm assuming that these are coming from like the National Endowment of the Arts and things like that, right?
Not just them. On the lower end, that's the average person in GG would appreciate. It would be that level. It's the other end that it completely went over their head would be in the case of DARPA, IARPA, that tier.
So this is you may recall a certain individual, Mr. Seattle for Truth, who
Yep, I like to call them spaghetti for truth.
he very much wanted to talk about this, and a lot of people thought he was getting a bit too conspiratorial with his video.
Oh, he pissed me off so much in some of that.
And then he later got into a personal beef with John Kelly, with a lot of people, but including John Kelly, which famously went off the
Which,
rails,
yeah,
which I have a
yeah, I was
recording of
trying to
still.
mediate. That was funny. That is legendary. I can't obviously link that directly because it would break your server rules, but it
Yeah.
was funny. I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably link it on the Discord. I don't know actually. I don't know if I don't
No,
care, but
trust me.
Discord might care.
Yeah, that would likely get someone in trouble.
Yeah,
Maybe in a DM, but I would not do that on the channel proper for obvious reasons.
yeah. Um, so what what was Seattle for Truth saying, and what did he get right and wrong in his very long documentary, quote unquote, about GamerGate? Though some would say it didn't have a lot to do with GamerGate at all.
He got right, certain things right. He was able to demonstrate some Microsoft involvement. That was his primary contribution to the digs, as it was. And it was really good, actually, because we were able to demonstrate some of the stuff that's Microsoft had ended up getting. We were also able to demonstrate some of the early funding that Polygon had ended up getting from Microsoft in order to promote their particular brand of journalism. Stuff like that is actually of interest. But what he was getting wrong was he was adding too much filler.
Okay, and I do want to get back to burgers and fries a little bit. We can move on off of that soon, but obviously this was a major part of the story. This is what some people would say that
Yeah, I'm
this is
happy
what
with
made.
people focusing on the early one. Like I said, I was involved in that early time. It's good. Go for
Okay, and then obviously you say you don't want to talk just about harassment. You want to talk about the issues that you care about. So we have many questions. Don't worry. These things can
it. Yeah,
go a
it's fine.
while. But this burgers and fries stuff, this is really what I think caused people to most people, not everybody, but a lot of people, it caused them to form the dividing lines that became the pro and anti Gamergate community. Some
That pro anti bit was due to an oppositional meme early on, whenever journalists were having loads of good time saying it's about ethics in games journalism. It was a particular meme that they had spun out. And early on, people were warned. This was like in the first month, 2 months of GamerGate, that you are not to do this. You are not to form an identity. You're not trying to form that leadership because they will end up targeting you for harassment. And the reason you do not want a particular one, the example noted was GAMR. And they wanted to not force you to choose pro or anti GG or any of that nonsense because it would make you more isolated from a far more broad category of gamer, which is what ultimately ended up happening, anyways, because people didn't pay attention. They ended up adopting that particular label, then got isolated and
Well, you're referring to the arguments made. This was made later on, but in the Titan post, right?
earlier than that. There was talk about that during the first month or two of Gamergate. Titan Post came later.
Well, it seems like not everybody in Gamergate got involved for the same reasons. That there's like
Yeah,
at least five like camps you could argue. Like on one side, you've got people who care about ethics in games journalism, and that's really all they care about. And then you've got people
sure.
who care about creative freedom and they're concerned about the censorship of games. You've also got people
Also,
who want to take on like industry practices that they view as being corrupt or anti-consumer. And then you've also got people who are um, interested in like drama, which like a lot of those people weren't even like GamerGate people, but some a lot of GamerGate people also love to get involved with drama, or they
yeah.
viewed it as like a sense of community. Like a lot of people just like were like, hey, look, these are a bunch of cool people I agree with on a lot of stuff. Let's all hang out and do streams together and play games together and have fun. And then you've also got
I would follow Ralph into that.
people with like a generalized anti-SJW sentiment, and I think that's like probably fine because like a lot of the stuff these so-called social justice warriors did was bad and like worthy of critique. Though I don't necessarily view all of that stuff as being GamerGate related personally. And then you also
It was
have
cost bits of it, yeah.
people who are socially conservative. Though I don't think there were that many people like that in the beginning.
Oh, there was a ton in the beginning.
Well, maybe in the first 2 weeks with the stuff you're talking about, but like after Gamergate proper
Yeah.
kind of blew up. I mean,
Yeah, what ended up happening is a bunch of idiots that didn't know anything flooded in. Quite a few of them were centrist leaning to left of center.
when you were in the
That's why you
burgers,
might have gotten this skewed.
when you were in the burgers and fries thing, what would you say the general political tenor was there?
One thing to understand about 4chan is any person that's not able to really talk anything but anonymously is likely to be there. That means from hardcore communists, the type of ones that are actually communists, not the ones that are Trotskyists, to out and out National Socialists, to hardcore former far left enviro terrorists who are happy to do bombing of SUVs because of their issues with global warming, etc., up to other ones. But I think you're getting the point. That as a group, we're just in the IRC chat from people I've talked with throughout the years involved in that.
Okay, and then obviously Gamergate blows up, and how many people would you say were involved with the burgers and fries IRC and stuff? Actually.
At its peak, just a couple hundred, not that many. It was a small group.
Okay. And then obviously what came after, you probably had how many would you say got involved with GamerGate? Um, obviously that means like so many different things to different
Yeah.
people. But
I would say
after the
within
Gamers Are
a
Dead
week
articles, stuff
of
like
the
that.
Gamers Are Dead article, I would rate it on par with, uh, conservatively, 5 to 10,000.
Okay.
As
And
in
then
serious involvement rather than just making a single post and be like, haha, screw this, and move.
okay. And this 5 to 10,000, and then later other people joined later on too. Like I got involved in 2015, so some of the other people I've interviewed, um, you had more people joining as time went on, as well.
Oh, yeah. On that note, side tangent. Remember the Law and Order episode?
I didn't see it myself, but I'm told I need to watch it. Very much so.
You really need to watch it. It is so hilariously bad. You will laugh.
I've seen the memes from it.
Yeah, they had made one mistake in setting up some of their domains so that they couldn't get copied, and one of the people that Node had ended up buying that domain, and so they ended up mocking up what that particular form style was on the episode, and we're just doing red chant posts. It
Red
was
chant
glorious.
posts.
That was the fictitious form it was under for the gamers
Ah.
that episode.
And then later, I seen the memes. The memes are hilarious. But I think
Yeah,
the lead actor, Ice T, is that it?
that is.
He later
That
came
was
out and was
he's
like, "Wow, this GamerGate thing in real life is actually way more nuanced than the episode made it out to be."
I think his was actually more simplistic. It's yeah, I did do that episode, but don't trust the media about anything.
Okay.
He said it's not a change in stance. He's had that stance for a long time because of well, the rather infamous song he had once upon a time, Cop Killer. That one. That was fun.
Do you draw a distinction between burgers and fries and GamerGate?
I do only so much as different points of time.
But you also don't view GamerGate as a movement to begin with, so
Exactly. I view it all as specific points in time, events, not so much a movement of people.
can you define what GamerGate was?
Gamergate was an internet shitstorm between Chan users and something awful users initially, which blew up into a complete mess due to goons deciding to bring as many people as possible into it.
Do you consider yourself a gamer?
A hardcore gamer,
What does that term mean to you?
investing significant amounts of time into games, although I have done less so due to real life concerns in recent years. So I say in the last 2 to 3 years, I would downgrade to regular gamer.
All right, is that a gendered term for you?
No,
Do you have any thoughts on the Gamers Are Dead articles?
they are foolhardy and are a continuation of the Edge style articles where they keep trying to push that bit where yeah, gamers need to be this, gamers need to be that. They were just mad that they couldn't push a particular identity onto gamers, so they ended up wanting to kill it to bring their own brand into it.
Do you think that there was anything to the idea that the gamer identity or gaming culture had become toxic?
No more than what it was during the 80s. And you know what ended up happening in the 80s?
What happened?
The video game crash.
Were you
What
around
ended
for
up
that?
happening was there.
Oh,
No, it was a little bit before my time. I was born in 1985. But the gaming crash happened a couple years before I was born, and what ended up happening was they were at selling a whole bunch of shovelware for ridiculous amounts of money, and people were stupidly buying it because they ended up getting that good press. And that same games journalism that was complete garbage then and was shilling for their companies ended up getting people to buy it, and the people bought it and were returning it in droves, which caused the initial. It ended up taking years in order for gaming to get out of that mess. It was initially viewed as a fad due to that nonsense. So, while I perfectly understand why journalists get mad at a certain breed of journalists, I would get equally mad at them because to me they are rather hypocritical in that they have no standards whatsoever, even more so than the original ones that do nothing but shill for their company. Because in addition to their political posturing, they also are beholden to the same ones that restrict their access at any point.
Do you think that burgers and fries, this era, or maybe even the IRC channel itself, that this was an example of toxicity in gaming?
Hmm. To the average person, they would probably view it as that. I would disagree.
Okay. Well, why would you disagree? I want to hear that.
Because to me, what was on that particular IRC channel was no worse than what was seen in just about any dedicated server on any first person shooter.
And you say that, well, some might say that that's the problem. Um,
Yeah, like I said, and I would say that in that case, if you can't handle that, why don't you make your own spaces? You don't need to take someone else's spaces. There's more than enough room for yours.
yeah. Well, and the whole thing, especially when you say it was only a couple hundred people, which I think is about right. Like, there might have been more people who watched, like, Sargon or Mundane Matt's video. I'm not sure Sargon covered it at that time, actually, so I shouldn't say that. But, like, Mundane Matt's video and Internet Express video, like, more people saw those videos, but, like,
And child,
the people actually participating in the IRC, if it was a couple hundred people, it seems ridiculous to smear to smear the entire gamer identity or the GamerGate movement as a whole as being bad because a couple hundred people on the internet were being a bit edgy and maybe a couple of them crossed the line.
it's always been that way. Take a look at what happened with Columbine for one early example of that. These people ended up being involved in the Doom community. They made a level or two. They eventually ended up going off the beaten path because of all the bullying that they dealt with, and felt had a power fantasy, and they gunned down people. What ended up happening right after that? They ended up smearing all gamers with that brush, and did their level best to curtail and censor gaming back in the 90s.
But those attacks came from randoms who didn't weren't in the gaming community, whereas this attack came from the games press themselves.
Well, you have to keep in mind that the government was going out of their way to try and get more regulation, and they had gotten their wish.
Regulation regarding what?
The bits of those platforms, the ESRB, because
Well,
it
they
also ended up providing a nice little financial incentive for games to be towards certain types of demographics. Kind of like what happened with movies.
like I don't know if I go down the rabbit hole of like the government was responsible for this. I don't think I do at all, actually.
The government is not responsible for Gamergate. I was just using them as a different example on a tangent.
Okay, but what do you find to be the most compelling evidence that the government was doing some shady shit here?
Involving Gamergate,
Yeah, or gaming in general, you could say.
gaming in general, take a look at the people that were fighting in the most popular first person shooter at the time, that good old Call of Duty series. You'll find, if you pay attention, that whoever the America's enemies are at the time were the ones that ended up at being featured in those games.
Well, is that true though? Because I
At
thought
least
they
for the last 15 to 20 years, yes. In fact, some of the people were bragging about how well they were able to influence people to the government because that was a way for them to get extra money.
now I've played Modern Warfare 2. I've not played the first one, and I've played the remake, but not all of the single player. But if I'm not mistaken, they don't like name Al Qaeda or like name the Taliban, right? They use like fake
They
names.
favor going to more generic bits. Like some of them had the no Russian level, and they were focusing on Russians at the time because there was quite a bit of stress involving the U.S. and Russia. But they didn't name all the particular bits involving Russia.
But I mean, like in the real world though, Russia is like a geopolitical adversary of the United States of America, and
Just like in the
large numbers of people
U.S.,
see it
the
that
Middle
way.
East also has that same issue. Same
Yeah,
for China, actually, although we haven't really been going hard into that yet.
yeah, because they're too big. Because we sell them our stuff, whereas we don't sell a lot of stuff to Russia.
We really don't. Russia's been pirating our stuff.
But like, if in real life, America and Russia, or America and certain groups in the Middle East are enemies, like, isn't that going to like naturally show up in the artistic works that are created?
It can, but it can also be funded by the government in order to tilt it in a particular way. That's propaganda. It's the nature of it.
Is part of what you see as GamerGate the idea of getting the government out of here?
Yes, actually, because they are happily taking advantage of the fracas.
Now, some would say, like with the movie industry especially, this is like an argument you hear a lot, that like it's gonna be a long question. I'm sorry, but on one side you have a lot of filmmakers, or in this case, game developers, who don't know a lot about the military in many cases. So they want to reach out to the military and possibly gain access to certain equipment to use in their game, or so that they can understand how the command structure works and like make sure that it's like realistic for how they portray things in their game, right? That's like the game developer's incentive to do that. And then on the other
That part
side,
of it, yeah.
yeah, and then on the other side, the military, um, they have an interest, and they're public about this too. Like they they'll give you permission to use their stuff, but only if you don't portray the military especially bad. Because like they
Yep,
have
that's
an
an open
incentive,
secret.
yeah, and they have like an interest and incentive to like not be viewed in a bad way, which I think is like probably fine. Maybe I don't know. I don't. I got mixed feelings about that.
Man, don't get me started on the political aspect of it in modern times, because it'll get murky and it'll sidetrack this whole thing.
But are these reasonable? Like, are these reasonable interests that these groups have, that the game developers and the military has?
Some of them are, but the like I said, one of the forms of corruption are actually at the higher level, EA tier, AAA king.
Like, what do you mean?
Like EA is happy to take advantage of some of that government money in order to give governments a push and push those particular enemies on those gamers' eyes. It's kind of like the difference between just being able to put a flyer up on the street and being able to push a national TV ad. That's EA's role in that.
And so you think that they're just doing the bidding of the government?
They do it for commercial interest. It's the corrupt executive syndrome.
I think this is like an interesting conversation that can be had for sure. I personally, back then and today, don't view this as being Gamergate related, though. What makes you think that this is something that the Gamergate banner should be used to take on?
Because that's a very issue that people are talking about censorship. All the stuff is getting bought out. There's rampant industry corruption. It's due to EA and the like getting unfair loans and being able to buy out those particular ones.
Okay,
It's like
so
they've been able to snowball over the years into this particular behemoth due to some of these shenanigans.
okay, so please correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but basically your view is the government gives special favors to Electronic Arts or Activision, and then these companies use that extra money that they get, or extra money that they get as a result of these special deals that they're getting, like access to equipment, access to specialists who guide them on how things are supposed to work with the military in real life. so that they can create better products. And then they use
That'll
that money to
benefit
buy
the
out their
government. Yeah.
competitors.
At least in part, yes.
Do the smaller developers not have access to these military contracts or military deals?
Not nearly to that scale, no.
Okay.
They are the ones that get some of the lion's share at that particular issue. Not only, but the lion's share.
Yeah, and obviously GamerGate's a hashtag. Anybody can use it to post anything they want. I personally wouldn't at the time. I'm sure I made this argument with you. I probably did. Like I,
You have.
yeah, I don't think this is GamerGate stuff. I think this is something else. Personally. So like
That's
I
fair enough.
would when I talk about Gamergate, like I'm not going to be talking about the government giving contracts to Electronic Arts and then Electronic Arts consolidating their industry power. Like maybe that's a bad thing that should like be taken on, but like
Mm.
I don't view it.
I'll give a related example. Remember whenever I've talked about the Polytron dog?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we already talked about AAA corruptions here, which just tends to be a bit heady. At this level that I'm talking about is indie tier. If you do not end up kowtowing to certain groups that'll give you what scraps remain of that area, say like Indie Fund, you won't be able to get the promotions on those reward stations. You won't be able to get the marketing push that they could end up supplying. You won't be able to get the loans to complete that game. So whenever you get to that sort of issue, you get a minor idea of the microcosm of the same issue that we have at the AAA level.
It seems though at some level though, Gamergate just becomes anything then. Because like it's not talking about ethics
Well,
in games journalism anymore. We're not talking about even creative freedom. We're not even talking about like
the
I view
remember
those as being the
the
two
groups
cores
you
of
were
Gamergate.
talking about that were talking about stuff that's anti-consumerist and against corrupt industry practices. This would
Yeah,
be the part I would put it on.
yeah, and I'm on board with like some of that stuff. I view it as being unrelated to Gamergate at the time. At least that's what my view was. Um, I think it's a conversation that needs to happen. But I think part of the problem is like Gamergate was this like massive group of people who came together, and they have
Yeah,
different
I'd agree.
interests. And as we try to bring it away from like the more mainstream topics, eventually it's going to break apart, which I think is what happened actually.
Actually, the breaking apart happened the moment people adopted gamer GAMR, that is. In this case, GGR.
So what do you think is wrong with adopting this label of wait, so first off, did you write the Titan Post?
I did not. I know who did. Won't name him because that is not that is up for that particular individual to say one way or another.
Okay. All right. So why is it bad if, hey, look, we're advocating for something? Some people do see it as a movement, right? They see it as a consumer revolt or as a movement, which means that like you're gonna have to like have some degree of seriousness and some degree of like focusing on like, okay, here's like what our core aspects are, and like some degree of like concern about the optics of the movement. Where do you disagree with this, or
The
do you disagree with
very
all of it?
problems that right there that you have just pointed out are why. You end up having to develop unnecessary logistics. You end up sucking the fun out of it for many of the people, which thus ends up at killing interest and means less activity. You also end up wasting people's time and effort that could be better spent to pursuing their interests within that particular grouping. And it would have been far better just to go interest based, even though people would disagree with it, as you and I do on
Yeah.
certain issues, obviously.
Well, but when it comes to like the optics stuff in particular, I know that the QQ's video on this and the Titan Post, which his video was a reading of the Titan Post, obviously he takes issue with this idea that we should care about the optics of our movement at all, kind of, it seems.
It's a waste of time. No matter what you end up doing, you're going to be viewed as a baby killing monster. whether it's true or not, because your opposition are the ones that are in power, you're not. Therefore, they can determine what you are no matter what.
I don't disagree that the media was probably going to frame things that way either anyway, but I think that like it actually does matter that you're like not actually the thing that the media says you are. And I think part of the problem, we may disagree on this a lot, so please feel free to jump in, but part of the problem is like people tried that approach, the who cares about optics, let's go fucking wild approach, and that was GG Revolt. And I think that pushed away people more than anything else. I think that that kind of killed Gamergate in some ways.
I would disagree. If anything, they were a tiny splinter group that asked me to start it up and run it, and I disagreed. The guy that ended up ultimately running it was a chill dude. And there was a few bits of interest, but overall, there was a few bits of laugh, some fake harassment, and people just being dumb.
And also some real harassment
It
too,
certainly was.
like with the Allison Rapp
Well,
situation.
I'll take an example on the, what do you call it? Hatman. That would be an example of fake harassment.
Yeah, there were individuals who faked their own harassment on GG Revolt. Even Hatman, I interviewed him. He talked about that. He says that he had a psychotic episode, or sorry, he had a mental health issue, and he was like losing track of time, and he thinks that he did some crazy stuff, like harass himself and false flag it during that period of time when he was having a mental
Yeah,
breakdown. Which I did. I'm not saying that's true or
it
not.
happened.
That's his story, right?
No, I can point that particular bit out. If you really wanted more verification on that, if you're able to talk with Hot Wheels at all, you can get some verification that way. He
Well, I
was the
don't.
one that ultimately verified him.
Do we trust Hot Wheels though as a? But I'll just take it as
The
being
thing
probably
is, I
true
would
because
trust
Hat.
him far more than I would ever trust someone like Mark,
Okay.
flaws and all.
Yeah, and I personally, my view is that it probably was Hatman because he himself admits that he thinks he did it. So
Yeah,
he says he just
the
doesn't
way it
remember
was
because he blacked it all
confirmed
out of his
was
mind.
simply the fake harassment bits, and then he did like an ask me anything. And the verifications basically, we saw the post history and it ended up matching because, like I said, while I personally wasn't really up and running the board, I did end up knowing the people involved. So what I ended up doing was I ended up hearing about it. I was like, talk with Hot Wheels on that one. That's worth knowing because I don't like that bullshit.
And
I don't
Thidran,
tolerate it when people like Brown and Wu fakes it. I don't like it when Hatman fakes it. You gotta own up to it.
yeah, and he has owned up to it, and actually, so
But
has
yeah,
Wu kind of.
that's
She's
why
admitted that.
outside it's why outside of this interview, I don't really talk about it and meander on it over and over and over.
Right. And then Brianna Wu also kind of owns up to it too, though she has a different. She doesn't frame it as her harassing herself. She says that she wanted to guide all of the harassment to one place. That's what she says. I don't know if you believe that, but that's her. I've seen the archive. We've all seen the archive. We know it's a real thing. That's her explanation.
Yeah, I know what's was said means nothing to me because I care about results rather than the claim.
Yeah. Okay. So, but GG Revolt did actually. Some people associate with GG Revolt, right? Not saying everybody who posted there, but some people associated with GG Revolt did engage in harassment, like against Allison Rapp and try to get her fired.
You know why I tried to get her fired personally?
Why?
What was her job there?
She was involved in some capacity with Nintendo Treehouse with localization, but we don't even know that she was the person
Actually,
who.
I happen to know what shit her job was. She was PR.
Oh, so she wasn't even.
In other
She wasn't
words,
the one even ruining the games. Even she was just like a PR person.
she was involved in it, but not solely. Her involvement of that particular company and why people were like, what the hell, was she was doing things like on that same account that she's promoting Nintendo Treehouse with as public relations, her call girl hit business, her treatise on her defense of age of consent laws, and a whole host of other controversial issues. none of which would frame Nintendo in a good light or Nintendo Treehouse.
Yeah, that's between her and Nintendo, though. Why are you trying to get her fired
Because
personally
it
out of
is
your life?
all in public.
Yeah, again, see,
That's the thing.
this is what I
If
would
you
consider to be a
post stuff
real. Go ahead.
in public and you're willing to stand by those things, you have to deal with the consequences. Just like if someone ends up saying, I want to fuck children, you have to deal with the consequences of pushback involving stuff like that.
Dude, you're a random guy on the internet. Why are you trying to get her fired and participating in a campaign to destroy her life? Okay, that's
I'm just
between
trying to get
her
her
and her
fired from
boss.
that particular job. The problem is, it's not simply between her and her boss, because her job is, once again, public relations for that particular company. And she is using that same accounts, once again, that she is supposed to be using for her job for her personal use, which is actually ultimately smearing that company.
Yeah, again, I don't see why that's your business though. Like, why does Thidran care?
Because I don't want that particular company getting screwed over due to her stupidity.
Yeah, dude, I think it's bad. I think it's really bad. That's why I condemned it at the time, and that's why also was it 1,300 people on Kotaku in Action condemned this as well. Like, this is not good stuff,
Yeah,
dude. This is an
you can
actual
call it
harassment
not good
campaign.
stuff and whatnot. You can say, oh, it's harassment all you want. It doesn't change what she did, doesn't change what I would do. If I ended up having someone that claims they want to be a Nazi and that they support the killing of children, I would also end up having a similar reaction.
Did Allison Rapp's more social justicey warrior views? I'm not even sure she was a social justice warrior. Actually, she was like kind of moderate on her stuff mostly. Like, she had a couple dumb tweets, but like, I wouldn't call her a social justice warrior. But like, what did some of her more left leaning, progressive views um make it more likely for you to harass her or get her fired? I mean,
Actually, the only thing I knew initially was the fact that she was involved in that company. I see that she was public relations, and I'm looking at her accounts on Twitter. I'm like, hell no. That was pretty much it. The other stuff I cared less about.
okay. So you don't consider what happened to Allison Rapp to be harassment?
Any more than the vast majority of cases of people being fired for doing really, really stupid stuff on Twitter. Not all, but the vast majority.
You see, I think that part of what I supported GamerGate for is because we opposed cancel culture and we were against this mindset that you should try to fire people because they have tweets that you don't like.
Here's the thing, my limitation on that particular bit is rather simple. If you are not doing your job, you probably shouldn't have that job. This isn't something as simple as a controversial message. It is literally you not doing your job. Do you not understand what public relations is?
But dude, like, we're not even talking about like a guy who like fucked up your personal order and spit in your food, okay? Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about one of like hundreds of PR people who work for Nintendo, probably, maybe thousands, who has like a personal Twitter account where I don't even know if she said like some of this stuff on her personal Twitter. Like, some of this stuff was like
She did, actually.
the
Like I
the
said,
escort stuff. I
she
don't
did
know if that
not.
was. I don't know if the
She
escort
did.
stuff
It
was on there.
was. I saw it. It
Okay.
was.
Okay.
Like I said, it is a very specific reason why I was more than happy to get her fired.
It just, I don't see why like any one normal person should care. Like, what do you think of the Tim Saray situation?
You'd have to specify more on that because I unfortunately wasn't involved in
When anti-Gamergate people, including Zoe Quinn, um, went after or heavily critiqued, you could say, but some would say it was more like canceling him. Tim Saray, the developer of The Last Night, because he supported Gamergate.
it. Yep, it's not a surprise there. He has to deal with the consequences of his actions too. You end up supporting this and you are like this, you're going to have people that end up yelling.
But
You know
Thidran,
what
isn't this
advice I gave
bad?
to people that ended up asking about this particular bit? You wanted to end up developing and dealing with controversy? You know what my advice to any of those developers that asked? Don't get involved. You know why that is?
Why?
Because inevitably, due to the polarization involved in there, you're going to piss off at least part of your audience, if not all of it, if you do not know what you're doing. And even if you do not know what you're doing, there's not really much to be gained from it. Therefore, you are wasting your time and effort that you should instead spend on developing your games.
Yeah, I mean, but dude, I don't think that. First of all, I don't think that I don't want to live in a world where game developers are like afraid to talk about things that are happening, including like things
They
in their
already
industry.
are. This isn't a new thing.
Yes, and it's bad that it's happening, Thydron. I don't want to contribute to that. And then two, I don't think that we should be getting like rando fucking people fired. And you're like, oh, well, she's not a rando, she's a PR person. Okay, like I don't give a shit, dude. Like, she's a rando PR
Well,
person.
obviously, we're going to disagree there.
Yeah, like if I mean there like theoretically could be something like so far beyond the line where she like in her official capacity as a PR spokesperson says that like the Jews should kill themselves or something. But like that's not even what we're talking about, dude. We're not talking about anything even remotely on that level.
Instead, there were two things, like I had said, were controversial that were linked to her being the PR person. Item one, of course, was her treatise on lowering the age of consent act, you know, so kids as young as 13 and whatnot could end up being part of the age of consent. That was a controversial act in itself. The other bit, of course, being her escort business. When I will state once more, doing that in your official capacity, that you're using that same account to promote Nintendo Treehouse, your company, is not you doing your job.
Okay. So we're probably not going to agree on this no matter what, so maybe we can move on. I
Probably.
wish we started so early and now everyone's still at work, so we don't have a huge amount of people watching. Otherwise, I'd like to hear feedback from the chat on what they think
I'm
of.
sure that there would be a lot of pushback on it. Like I said, I have rather controversial takes.
Yeah, well, I'd like to hear what some of the anti-GamerGate people think because I'm pretty sure like them and I would probably be more in agreement on this, but they might have a different way of approaching it that would be interesting to explore because they might disagree for different reasons.
Most likely. A lot of people have friend enemy distinctions rather than principles, so it's a common thing.
Yeah. Well, I think some of them are principled. They just have like very different principles than the ones that I hold.
It's most people, it doesn't matter the political affiliation.
Yeah.
It's like, you're my friend, I'll follow what you say. You're my enemy, my friend says you're my enemy, I believe you're my enemy, therefore you're my enemy.
So
Really gets that silly at most times.
I think that when you have people and this campaign against Allison Rap, it wasn't entirely GG Revolt people, but it was involving GG Revolt people, and like probably a
I
if
guarantee that there were some GG Revolt people in there.
yeah,
But
there
you
were
know what's
five. I
ironic
know because
about it?
I did a contemporaneous analysis of who was doing the campaign, and it was
Actually,
five.
you know what else was funny? There
What?
are quite a few actual gamers and ones that bothered to do, work on translating games and whatnot that were also involved.
There were people who there were a lot of people involved in this campaign to get her fired. A lot of
As
people.
in,
It was
quite a
nine.
few.
Hang on. It was nine GamerGate people, five GG Revolt people. If you draw that distinction, it was if you're talking about the hashtag itself to get her fired, and it was a ton of randos, including some anti-GamerGate people. At least one anti-GamerGate person also supported the campaign. Um, so
Which
it
is not
was
really a surprise.
yeah, it was a lot of people trying to get her fired, and the Wayne Foundation
And
was
those
officially
randos are gamers mostly.
and those yes, but those gamers, those like Like, again, that's fine. You got these people who are outside of the GamerGate community to go get this woman fired from her job. Now, you tried to, at least. She was fired because of the escort thing. That was not related to the campaign directly. It's a whole fucking clusterfuck. You know the story that, I'm sure.
Like I said, my reasoning was different than most of theirs for clear reasons.
Yeah. Like, I support Operation Torrential Downpour. I support sending letters and petitions and contacting the developers and publishers and being like, hey, look, we don't like when you're taking stuff out of our games. That's the kind of thing I support. That's the kind of gaming industry that I wanted to build. I don't support this, let's get this person fired because she said some tweets that I don't like. And
I'm going to again
I
sum it
think that,
up once more, and then we should probably move on
yeah,
because
we
I think
will.
we're at time number 4. All right.
Okay.
My stance, once again, is if you cannot do your job, then please don't take up this job.
Okay. I do want to move
It's
on
a
from this, but sorry, go ahead. You finish.
it's a similar reasoning that I would put towards game devs that are actively insulting gamers while trying to make games. If you're doing that, why are you developing games?
So I do want to touch upon an ancillary aspect of this because I think it's getting to like a core issue too. Um, do you think that by doing stuff like this, like again, this happened later on in GamerGate. This wasn't going on in the beginning.
Quite a bit later.
Yeah, quite a bit later. But do you think that by doing stuff like this, that you're going to make it more likely that that GamerGate is successful, however you define that, or do you think it's going to push people away because they're like, holy shit, these guys actually are engaging in harassment?
Like I said, you think that it's harassment? I clearly don't. I'll give an example of what I would consider actual harassment in this particular case. If you're making a bunch of stuff up in the process of those particular reports, like say for instance, someone ended up saying something that's questionable, but you end up reporting these person as a pedophile whenever he said nothing to do with that particular bit, or you end up reporting that particular person as saying that they are racist, and you end up photoshopping a tweet, stuff that is completely and patently untrue is the sort of stuff that I would consider harassment.
Okay, and then the representatives of GG Revolt, this is off the Allison Rap stuff. The representatives of GG Revolt are people who were seen that way, like John Kelly, Seattle for Truth, yourself, some others, like QQ is a bit more of like a reasonable player, I guess. He's also a bit of a trickster, but like a lot of the public figures who were associated with GGR, um, they
Man, I was
arguably,
associated with harassment way earlier than that, man. Come on.
and Verillo too, of course. But like they had reputations that they were kind of the bad actors of Gamergate, including
Yep.
yourself at times. And I got that. Look, sometimes people were
I
a
was
bit,
called that for ages.
yeah, and
I
some
don't really
people
care.
called me that too. Some people had like some people would throw that around a bit too wildly. I agree. If you do one small
Yeah.
fuck up, they're gonna throw you under the bus, even if you apologize. There are people like that.
They will try to throw you under the bus even if it is something you didn't do wrong. Okay, I'll give you a fun example on that one as to why I was considered a bad actor. One of the things that a couple people like to bring up on Reddit was the time I ended up posting in Ghazi. But what they didn't tell you was that was due to a admin there or moderator, whatever you call those sorts, that was breaking down a bit because he was getting really tired of having to deal with all the CP that was getting posted. And to be perfectly frank, I don't like sealing or dealing with garbage like that.
So
And
the
so I
G
take quite a bit of offense at certain, we'll just say, pro GG people that thought it was a cute idea to use that sort of bit to throw shade at me.
Wait, what did they do specifically?
Specifically, they ended up using I posted to Ghazi as an excuse of trying to call me a bad actor. But they neglected the context around that particular posting.
Okay, so yeah, they, obviously people are gonna say stuff like that, and that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I don't. I think you can
And
post
the
on
reason
Yahtzee, it
that
depends on the
happened that was
context.
important, that was the reason GamerGate Revolt ended up getting banned off of Reddit, even though it was ultimately fake.
Wait, GT Revolt was on Reddit at one point?
Yep, and that they collectively got banned because of that. So if you wonder why they ended up getting salty over time, there's one of your reasons.
Yeah, but these people had a reputation for being kind of crazy. Like Seattle for Truth actually did literally murder his father later on.
That he did.
Yeah, allegedly. He's been convicted. Or actually, he's not been convicted.
Yeah,
He took a plea
it's
deal,
not so
but
legend.
yeah, he took a
If
plea
it's
deal.
going to be a plea deal and he's getting convicted, he is convicted. He did.
Yeah, and
Because as part of a plea deal, you have to admit what you did.
and my perception at least is that John Kelly and Verillo, not in the beginning, but later on, towards the end of Gamergate, quote unquote, whatever the fuck that means, um,
Oh
they
man, they hated me by the end.
they became super far right people, or at least were like, I don't know if John Kelly was super far right, but like he he was at least willing to go
John
along with his
Kelly was
buddy Verillo.
essentially a Roman Catholic.
Yeah, and they adopted these far right views, and they were just
Far right, not even close. I would call him diet right at best.
I don't know what your views are, Thidran. We can get to that later on. But I mean, John said that at one point. I believe he said this is from a stream. I remember because it was like one of the moments that I was like, okay, this guy's going way too far. Um, he talked about with Verillo, um, white nationalism, and like not in a white
Yep,
nationalism bad kind of way, but in a like, well, the black conservatives can stay, but maybe not the others kind of way. Uh,
yep, it is what it is.
yeah. And of course John Kelly did, I think you could say, well, maybe you actually wouldn't call this harassment. I think I probably would. He did kind of harass me too when he wrote his hit piece on me. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I remember that one. Needless to say, I'm not a fan of him, and I wasn't a fan of him doing that either.
Yeah, and yeah, because it's you can write an article criticizing me, that's fine, but there's no need at all for him to put my employer in there. In fact, I was never public associated with Gamergate with this employer at all. It's not like I had tweeted about it. I think how he found out about it is because I had an old Twitter account from like years before using my same name, and I was out there with my public name, like you were. And he found, well, this person, this account, and this is tied to this employer because it was a work Twitter account. I think that's how he
Yeah.
found it.
And for the record, that's the sort of stuff I would never approve of, simply because what he's trying to do is bring stuff that is separate together, which he should not have.
Well, what do you
I don't
think of?
like say for instance, take for instance a person that has a personal account to have their personal opinions on stuff, right? But they have a work account that is completely professional, that is actively doing their job as it is supposed to be. If you are a public relations person and you're doing that particular bit, you're doing what you should be doing. Yeah, I know I'm hammering that point.
Yeah. Well, what do you
But
think
someone
of?
that thinks that's a good idea to wed those two together and say that something that ended up was personally questionable to them and try to get someone fired and blare up at their professional accounts and whatnot over stuff that is completely unrelated to the business, yeah, I would end up just tossing them the
Yeah, and in this case, they were completely unconnected at all, except, and maybe this was a fuck up on my part. I might have followed my personal Twitter account with the work one, which might be how he found it too. But
It's probably how he found
yeah, that's probably how I found it. But also, like I had a personal Twitter account that I was using prior to Game. Well, not really. Like I had one prior to GamerGate. I think I just followed the work with the personal one, and didn't think anything of it. And then GamerGate. Um, but yeah. Anyway, I don't think that's enough of a
Yeah, it became a
connection
shit.
where even it meets your standard, right?
Yeah, it's not cool. It's no. Do you
No,
see me condoning something like that? No.
no. Okay.
The only reason Allison Rap is more of a, they ended up already had their reasons. I already stated my reason. If it's something that's actually to do with it and that actually involves it, yeah, by all means. But sometimes it just isn't. That is where I would make the distinction.
All right, Thidran. Getting back to the well, is there anything else you want to say about GG or Revolt before we move on? Because we might not go back to it.
All right, I'll say in brief this for GG Revolt. I just wish y'all actually put in more work in looking into things rather than just the drama aspect of it. I mean, the drama aspect was funny sometimes, I won't lie. But if y'all ended up doing more with the research, I would have ended up doing more with y'all.
Why do you think GG Revolt was unsuccessful?
It's pretty simple. They ended up focusing on the drama aspect, but there was already plenty of communities involved in the drama aspect, the largest of which by far was Twitter.
And anything else you want to say about burgers and fries too?
Burgers and Fries was successful in what it did. It did quite a bit of research underground, or at least most people would view it as underground. And I would say in the early days, IRC did at least a fifth of all the research in GamerGate. Just that couple hundred people.
Now, do you wish you would have picked a different name?
No, it was done intentionally.
Yeah, I guess this is where the optics part comes in. Like I think if you had a different name for it, it would have saved GamerGate people a lot of trouble.
It wouldn't have. Like I had mentioned early on, they would ended up saying that you are a baby killer no matter what.
Maybe,
And
but the arguments
there's
wouldn't
no
be as
baby.
convincing if you didn't like say, "Hey, look, this woman's a fucking whore, bro. Look at all this
The
stupid
most,
shit she's did." Like, I don't know, man. That's not
here's the
good.
thing: you want the worst one? You want the worst ones, or the ones that she ended up making up? The ones that were teeny tiny ones that had maybe 5 to 10 people that had nothing to do with the actual hub involving them. People that are claiming to have harassing this and harassing that. That's where they ended up getting the bulk of that harassment narrative from. Most of those cases were literally 5 to 10 man channels where they end up saying all sorts of controversial stuff that'll end up getting people in trouble over legal harassment issues.
Wait, I'm sorry.
You
She
didn't
made
realize
up
that?
these. I've never heard this. I know the burgers and fries stuff, of course. Unfortunately, we've all
If
heard this
you,
story.
yeah, we've heard the story, but most of her bits were completely different accounts that were not even on the same server a good chunk of the time.
What was the allegation specifically you're making? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble following.
The allegation, like I've said before, is she has a habit of faking her own harassment. One of the methods she used was calling out a whole bunch of stuff that was completely unrelated to burgers and fries and claiming that as a harassment campaign. Now, a few cases where it actually was involved in burgers and fries, in that very same bit, I was one in one of the infamous cases that was trying to calm the idiot down, and that was viewed as harassment apparently.
I think Thidran. Here's why I'm. It's not just like, oh well, it's not just like, oh well, the media is going to say this. The thing is, like, you can create a like pretty compelling narrative and have it be like somewhat
You can
fact
create a
based. No, hang
compelling
on, my dear. Let me finish.
narrative
You can create a.
just by making up stuff whole cloth. It means nothing.
You can't. No, but it's not just. It's like, okay, here's like, let's. If you wanted to be as uncharitable as possible, and you only look at like, let's look at
You
the
want me to get as
timeline.
uncharitable as possible? Take a look at what's happening in today's timeline. Let's see.
Hang on, Thidran. Let me finish this point,
Hamas
okay?
ended up attacking and killing hundreds of people in Israel on October 7th. And in resulting reprisals, Gaza has been getting carpet bombed to the ground and is being viewed as Israel defending themselves and all the people in that Gaza Strip as terrorists.
No, I don't
That's
think that's
currently
true. I
the
don't think
narrative
that's
being
the main.
used.
I don't think that is the mainstream narrative. I think that there's like a wide
That is
disagreement in society
literally
right
the
now about this issue.
mainstream narrative.
No, I don't
Although
think.
at the lower level, the person narrative, the person to person, they highly disagree. I've seen that. But at the media level, at the government level, that's the narrative that's being pushed.
No, I don't think anybody would say that everyone in Gaza is a terrorist, though.
I've been having to deal with that argument on and off throughout. It's so stupid.
They might say something like Hamas probably does have, or does have, they might even say, they might not even say probably, does have the popular support of the people, but they would say, which it probably does, right? Or at least to some
They
extent.
he did end up getting voted in on '08, but that was after at least thousands of Gazans getting gunned down as they were trying to get back into that strip by Israeli Defense Force.
And look, it's such a complicated. This is not even GamerGate related, but like
But
you
as
can
an example of you can make someone look like a devil based off the most spurious bullshit. It's not hard.
the Israel Palestine thing is so complicated. It might be more complicated than GamerGate even. Um,
It is far more complicated, but that's just the tiniest example.
no, but like, dude, look, seriously, you can draw. Like, let's look at a timeline leaving out a couple things, and maybe even if you include those things, it doesn't really change all that much, right? Zoe Quinn has a history with people on the internet causing a lot of drama. She's got history with Wizard Chan, with these other online communities. They don't like her. She has a lot of friends in the games industry, though. Okay, or in the
That
games
she does.
press, right? And other game developers too, other
Industry,
indie
I'd say.
devs. So
Yeah, she's ended up
then,
driving at least
right?
one of
Hang
them
on, I'm trying
speed.
to lay out this thing so you could like take it apart if you want to, or agree
Okay,
if you want. So Zoe Quinn has a lot of negative associations with people, a lot of negative history of people, but she also has a lot of positive ones too, and she has a lot of friends and people in high places. Okay, she gets attacked, quote unquote, or sorry, let's put it more neutrally. Sorry, she gets an article written about her by her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, who is claiming that she's been abusive to him and is revealing some amount of personal information. People use that personal information um, to then find out more personal information about her and find out who these guys are, including Nathan Grayson of Kotaku, but also other people as well. And they create a chat room called Burgers and Fries where they talk about the drama, and like maybe some of the people there are interested in the corruption aspect of it, but other people are just like, haha, look at this dumb bitch. And then like maybe a couple people even want to like actually harass her. And then the games press largely stays pretty quiet about this for a couple of weeks. And then they all decide at once, actually, we should probably say something. But they go about it in like the world's dumbest way possible and decide to attack like gamers as a whole rather than like the specific people doing the bad stuff. And then that brings in tens of thousands of more people. But those tens of thousands of more people don't even know or care about the stupid burgers and fries IRC thing. Or they think like, well, I think there were some legitimate issues, but but uh but I don't think the harass I don't don't support harassment, but I do support ethical reforms. Like, dude, you like not you personally because you didn't found burgers and fries, but like, dude, by naming the chat room this, you guys like completely fucked this shit up so bad. Like you really did, I think. I don't, I, because like that's a compelling argument in a narrative like that because it's all true. It's all true that like you disagree. Like the facts that I laid out actually happened.
all of those facts actually happened.
Yeah, and like that doesn't sound very good, does it?
I never said that they're good. That's the thing. You're saying that these people are devilish baby killers because there's one person that's bad.
No, I didn't
By
say
that
that.
same token, just
Are you there?
I was turning off the alarm. That was to signify me to wake up for the interview.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you didn't want to hear all that. I got sidetracked. What was I just saying?
You were saying that I don't know if that was a general me or that was a general you or if that was a specific you Tachyon, but that you are blaming all these people for the actions of a small number of them.
Thank you. I would say a collective view in this particular case. The collective would be journalists. But then again, that is their bread and butter. They are happy to paint these particular narratives on specifics in order to paint examples, in order to push their narrative. Yeah, needless to say, I have a rather negative opinion on journalists in general, let alone games journalists.
Yeah, I guess personally, and maybe this is like why we disagree. I think that this terrible optics, it was not the only reason
It's always
Gamergate got
been
demonized.
mean.
There's a lot of reasons Gamergate got demonized, and there's a lot of reasons that people who would have been our allies and would have supported us stepped away and
They
were like,
never would have.
maybe not, maybe not. No, I think a lot of people were like, because
They never would have the moments it became a controversy.
I
That's
don't
what
think
you
that's
don't
true, dude.
really
I've talked with
understand.
so
Due
many
to the
different people
nature,
on
you've
the other
talked to
side
so
too.
many people. Okay, you want to get a nastier one and a much more controversial issue? You want a controversial one?
Sure.
All right, since you wanted to talk about white nationalism, those people in it supporting white nationalism, yada yada. There was once a man named Norman Rockwell. All right, he had talked about a whole bunch of issues that supported his particular bet, and there was a bunch of people high up in the U.S. government that, in private, would end up agreeing with his particular bet that he had his issues with people of Jewish descent, but in public they would never say a thing about that, right?
Oh wait,
But
hang on. Is this like some
the
weird like
yeah,
Nazi thing, dude?
this is
Or
an
hang on, I
this
gotta be a
was set for
responsible. I don't know anything about this, dude. I can't like if this is like a Nazi
this particular,
thing.
this is literally a Nazi guy. He ended up founding the American Nazi Party. And you know how successful he was getting? He was being able to meet up with black supremacists, and he was beginning to get allies in that particular bit, despite the terrible optics that the media was giving him. You know what it took for him to finally stop? A bullet. So anybody that's ending up trying to push for any real change is going to be viewed as the worst thing ever, no matter what. Even and some of them will lean into it, as you may have noticed. Some
Oh,
of
hang
them
on. I
will
don't.
end up not bothering to it.
Was he actually the leader of the Nazi Party? Because like it looks like he did like a lot of like
American
normal
Nazi.
stuff too.
He did in his early years. He was an intellectual. He ultimately ended up doing that as a media stunt, which people played into. Why? Because it ended up sharing views. It gave an example of someone to say, "This is a bad guy." It was just one of those things.
Dude, are we? Dude, are you sure you have this all right? Because like I don't see like controversies under this guy's Wikipedia article. It's like I don't want to like smear like an innocent person. Norman Rockwell wrote
If
he was a
I fucked
painter.
up the
He was a painter. Like I
if
don't
I
know.
fucked up the name, I will apologize.
Like just
Give me a minute.
look him up on Wikipedia real quick. He's a painter who made a bunch of famous paintings. Like I don't know if like
And I will
okay,
make
the
fun of
problem
myself.
we
Give me a minute.
all live with. He did it looks like he supported the civil rights movement. Like his painting
My
here.
correction. I will correct it. George Lincoln Rockwell. My
Okay,
apologies.
very different person. Okay, it's like man, dude. Imagine having that in the book.
I will apologize because I am terrible with names.
Okay, this is a
I
very
can at least
different guy.
acknowledge that.
This
There
guy
you
did
go.
not this guy did not win the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
He did not.
He did not.
You could tell what his ideals were. He ended up being a relative intellectual in his earlier years, but his later years, he ended up doing that.
Okay, yeah. I'm glad we got that clarification. I'm glad I looked it up too, because I'm like, oh god, dude.
And I
Like,
appreciate it. That's why I ended up putting the relevant keyword, American Nazi Party, and so on.
okay, all right.
Because just in case I get the name wrong, it could be fixed real quick.
Anything else you want to talk about regarding? Well, actually, why do you think these articles all came out at the same time?
Because journalists end up being in little cliques, but that's the nature of the beast. I mean, we could talk about Games Journal Pros if you want, which is just one of the many cliques in that gaming industry.
Yeah, and obviously, the Game Journal Pros, they didn't have any specific planning revealed in there, I don't believe, of the Gamers Who Did articles, correct?
No, the only thing that was of interest to me in that one that they had revealed, in all honesty, was the fact that there was a PR guy involved in that particular group from Riot, of all things.
And they also tried to blacklist Alistair Pinsoff and another person, a game developer as well.
That too. And I do think that there was some of it, but I don't think it was properly archived.
Well,
Is
actually,
Yiannopoulos ended up having fun with that, unless the one angry gamer dude ended up doing some of that too.
I might have access to the full logs. I can DM you.
Oh, I would very much appreciate it because I had lost it over the years.
Oh, was I'm trying to find? Well, I'll send it to you after.
Yeah, that'll be more for how do you say funsy?
Yeah, someone DM'd it to me, but my DMs are like, I've got a whole bunch I need to reply to still, or even look at, just because like I'm so busy with this stuff and real life stuff too, and
That's
um, if the Games Press tried to reform or even just ignored ethical questions instead of publishing the Gamers Are Dead articles, do you think GamerGate still would have happened?
it. Really wouldn't have. It would have been yet another flash in the pan.
If the Games Press thought that there were some negative aspects of gaming culture, what do you think it would have been a better and more nuanced way of criticizing that rather than attacking the gamer identity as a whole?
Rather than waste their time trying to tilt at scarecrows like they've been doing way before the Gamers Are Dead article, criticize particular aspects of that culture they don't like, which some of them have done. And then, this is the critical one, which they almost always fail in, for, offer alternatives that they think is a better idea. So that at least there could be argument and back and forth between the two.
Would you have been open to hearing them out if they went about it that way?
To be honest, I was trying to reach out to them early on, but all they wanted to do was just talk smack about me to their friends and then block me. I was like, okay.
Talk smack about you personally?
They're like, oh, who's this nobody with no followers talking to me about this for? Yeah,
Wow.
just lay out and you go piss up.
Do you have archives of them saying that?
It was subtweeting. That was the thing. They ended up treating most of the people that tried to talk to them like air.
So why? It seems like the easiest thing in the world is just be like, "Hey, look, we fucked up. We're gonna do better in the future. Here's a couple disclaimers. Here's an update to the ethics policy. And just let it all blow over." That's like the easiest PR response in the world. Why didn't they just do that?
Oh, that was rather simple because a lot of them just were doing a favor for a friend.
All right. What do you think of games journalism?
And yeah, games journalism, like regular journalism, is garbage.
Were there any reforms? Actually, how much of Gamergate for you personally was about games journalism versus other issues?
Over time, my primary interest in GamerGate was journalism in general because I've been personally affected by journalism and just how damaging yellow journalism can be.
Actually, yes, you told me this story before. It might be worth putting in the book. I think it provides context for why you care about a lot of this stuff.
So I'll explain in brief. In the mid my older sister had ended up being a murder suspect. It was in South Carolina. And whenever she was a suspect, they not only posted her name, they were happy to post our full address. Just so you know, that's illegal. So doing that, we had the fun task of worrying about if we were going to be firebombed, because Being the family of a murderer is not really a good look. So there was that particular issue. But later on, during a sentencing hearing, because she ultimately ended up doing and had a plea agreement, we ended up having three cases, which I would that were what ultimately soured me on journalism in general. Case number one, they ended up publicizing and sensationalizing the fact that the guy was soliciting my older sister for sets, and he liked her to dress as a little girl. Okay, so that ultimately ends up smearing the victim's family there. Okay, that's not cool. It's like the guy is already dead. Article 2 on that particular bit. The time whenever they ended up talking about my nephew, who by the time at that time was a little kid, he was like 6, 7 years old, by his full name and claimed he was a product of rape. Finally, point number 3. After the sentencing, whenever she was given life without parole, this particular reporter attempted to get comments between me and my mother at that correctional facility. I already knew by then what she was going to pull, so I didn't know comment. My mother bothered to comment. Her comment was, I will take, her question was, do you think that you should take responsibility for the raising of her? And my mother's response was, I will take half the responsibility if the system takes the other half. It was reported as mother takes no responsibility for her daughter. It's things like that that can really shape a narrative and ultimately cause distrust amongst people, let alone the journalism issue.
Was this the moment when you decided that journalism, wait, they lost all trust, all of your trust?
I treat them in the same way I would do used car salesmen, lawyers, and politicians. Not trusting them. I would take it, I would listen to them, but I wouldn't trust
That's fair. Yeah, I think you should take in. I don't think you should blindly trust anybody. I think that trust has to be earned. Um, though I do think that there also probably does need to be like some baseline level of trust in institutions in society. But a lot of that is going to be the media working hard to regain the people's trust. And they haven't shown a great deal of willingness to make the reforms necessary to do that. So yeah, it's a complicated thing.
them. Yeah. Unfortunately, like gaming journalism is a microcosm of higher end journalism. They are ultimately beholden to the people that pay them.
Were there any
It's been a problem from day one.
were there any reforms in games journalism that you would have liked to have seen?
Besides the proper disclosures, which slowly rolled out, in all honesty, I would end up revamping the whole review score thing anyways, because that particular aspect of industry is toxic as hell and has been ultimately screwing games developers, let alone the average consumer.
How responsive do you think the games journalists were to calls for reform?
Ironically enough, Kotaku is the most responsive. The rest of them treated it as the joke.
And yet Kotaku is also perhaps one of the most hated of the gaming websites by GamerGate people.
That's why I said, ironically enough,
Why do you think Kotaku is so hated?
simply because of all the bad history they've had with other particular rags. It's not just Kotaku, but also Gawker
Yeah, and I
and related.
I mean I don't I'm not even sure you can call Kotaku like games journalism especially. Like um it
They're
really is
just
just like a
press in the same
clickbait
vein as Ralph.
website. Yeah, they're like the Ralph Retort but on the left, really. And they also
Pretty
have like
much. It's
significantly
just
more
that
funding.
Oh yeah, just like Polygon has significantly more pro.
Yeah, but at least Polygon like does real shit too. Whereas like I'm not sure Kotaku really.
Occasion.
Occasionally Kotaku does, I guess, but like very rare. Like Jason Schreier maybe, but like for the most part,
Yeah, they're just in it for the money, which it is what it is. That's journalism in general. If they don't end up having a way to feed themselves, they are not going to be able to produce any work.
if you were the
It puts them
editor,
in a rather awkward bit.
if you were the editor in chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were credibly accused of ethical violations, what would you have done?
I would review the nature of the particular ethical violations, right? I would review our style guide. If they are found to have violated that style guide, I would end up reprimanding them and post an editor's note on top of the offending articles.
Do you think there is still a role for good games journalism in the world?
There's always a role for proper journalism, but I believe that journalism is going to ultimately come from the average Joe, not some talking head.
What does good games journalism look like then?
Good games journalism talks about the game. Granted, I will mock the first version of games journalism, how they end up just ultimately playing up the game as best as they can. But even that is a step up over trying to complain about certain particular practices in a game that don't even actually matter. Or my favorites, which a lot of them are notorious for, trying to compare about various proportions, either in guys or girls, in order to generate clicks. Like, who has the biggest breasts in gaming? Click here for a list.
All right. Anything else you want to say about Game Journal Pros before we move on from that?
Game Journal Pros was the gaming equivalence of that infamous journalist and a whole host of other cliques of journalists. The whole point of it is for a bunch of people to get together and push a particular narrative. A lot of people misunderstood that particular purpose. Alas, it is what it is.
Any thoughts on Deep Freeze?
Deep Freeze was a poor man's GamerGate.me.
You weren't.
Hopefully, they've improved since then.
They don't update it anymore, but you don't think it was a good resource?
Like I said, GamerGate.me was better. The wiki was better. But people ultimately ended up giving the middle finger at all the people involved in supporting all that. So people were like, you know what? We're not going to spend 50, 100, $200 a month and just for have people spit in our face all the time. It's like, you know what? It's fine. You guys built your own resource. And so they packed up and went.
Whatever happened? So GamerGate.me, that was a bit before my time. The website, I believe, was still around actually when I was involved with GamerGate. So I shouldn't say it was before my time, and it wasn't. But they did end up going down. What all happened with that? I really don't know the details.
It was rather simple. A lot of people were trying to promote deep freeze, which deep freeze would be VFA on the channel. They were basically proposing substitutes for stuff that was already there and just trying to muscle in to get clout. It was also a similar issue whenever the second board owner on the 8chan of that particular bit, what is it, second? Yeah, second board owner ultimately ended up nuking the board and freaking out over a time. He had ended up being in a diabetic coma and people were telling him to kill himself and stuff on the channel. So. But V ended up getting the bright idea to take over and ran things poorly and ultimately ended up running the image board side of things to the ground.
You blame V?
Specifically, Mark. I honestly don't even blame GGHQ proper. I mean, I don't really like him, but an example of what I would mean by V of the places I ended up pointing out to the documentary that me and the rest ended up doing after Spaghetti for Truth ended up buzzing off. We ended up posting on Reddit. We ended up posting it on 4chan. We ended up posting it on 8chan. The only place it got outright censored was that V board.
Do you have any thoughts on SPJ AirPlay?
That one was quite interesting. Now, you might have known that there was a phone call that ended up happening after someone had ended up doxing the dude, right?
Wait,
What
what?
people didn't know, yeah,
Oh, people do.
was,
Yeah, Koretsky has talked about how he got doxxed. Yes.
that's right. Now, the person that was calling in the background was actually me because I was interested in talking with him.
Wait, you doxed Michael Koretsky, or what happened?
No,
Okay, hang on. Sorry,
I ended
let's
up
back it
seeing
up.
the
Sorry.
docs in the chat. And so I ended up using that number to give him a call. It's like, hey, if you're interested in talking about this for real, give me a talk. So we ended up talking about it. He let me know the person that he was viewing as GG neutral in advance. And I was like, you know what? He and I have a similar view on what's going on with the GG. He's like, that's cool. I don't need to show up there. Otherwise, I was just going to volunteer to show up myself.
Well, I didn't know you talked with Koretsky. So what do you think about how he did?
He did okay. He did the best with what he did. And at least he wasn't dishonest about it. He had admitted fully that these are ethical guidelines, but they are ultimately a paper tiger. They can only do so much. These are things that people wanted to do, but in practice, how often do they end up getting followed?
Yeah. So someone doxed Koretsky, and you saw his phone number, and you're like, what? I'm gonna give him a call.
That was pretty much what I did. It's like, you know what? I didn't have his phone number before. I'll take his phone number. We'll give him a call. Why not?
I mean,
Make some lemonade out of lemon.
honestly, that might have been like the nicest conversation he had over like that next few hours.
Pretty much.
You might have been like a highlight. It's like, oh, at least not everybody who's going calling me right now is a psycho.
Oh, I ended up seeing something on Miss Sonata. Games journalism involving sexism and whatnot. I'm fine with them covering that. The problem I have with it is they end up expecting no pushback on it. So whenever people end up disagreeing with that coverage, it's considered harassment, sexism, etc. It's not really conductive to actually getting anywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that after we got to the end of the games journalism segment, but so you don't have any issue at all if like let's say Polygon's review of Bayonetta, probably Bayonetta
As
2.
long as they are upfront about their whole particular style of things, which they mostly have, other than their shilling for Microsoft in the early years. I don't care about their political leanings personally. The average person would probably care about it because they're trying to attract a particular audience of gamers, a segment of gamers. They're not trying to attract gamers in general.
Yeah, I think
I'll,
Polygon. Good.
I'll give a right wing example the Christ Center gamer that ended up slowly gaining traction during that particular bit. They ended up attracting Christians. Do you think that Christians would have the same concerns as your standard gamer? No. What they're doing there ends up attracting more Christians because of some of the stuff they talk about.
Okay. So you never at any point wanted to shut down the conversation. You were totally cool with this.
Yeah, because the way to end up combating ideas that are really bad is talking more about it, not censorship.
I agree.
Oh, and by the way, talking about the Allison Rapp on a touch, there was quite a bit of argument over that, even in GG Revolt, in which that guy, one of the guys, you might have known him from the Devil voice and the Avatar and whatnot.
Great and
He
Satan,
ended up, that's right, great and
or G
Satan. He
G8
ended
and
up
Satan.
shutting down. He shut down pretty much every single one of those other ones that you had listed, except me. Because once he realized what my reason was, and I was able to demonstrate the proof to him, he was like, you know what? I can't stop you on that. I can understand why you're doing that. Go carry.
Yeah.
But the
Now
rest of them, yeah, he was in agreement with you.
now G8 and Satan, he was a very interesting figure. Like I don't know what happened to the guy. I really don't. But he always had extremely insightful things to say, was a very intelligent person, would not go the way on things that you would expect, and he also claimed at one point that he posted on Baphomet. Um,
It's
so I don't know. I don't know if he did anything bad there, like dox anybody. I'm not making that allegation. I don't know. He never said that. But like, what do you think it says about GamerGate that one of the people who would go on live streams sometimes and host his own live streams was a self-described Baphomet poster?
yep,
Do you,
sounds about right.
do you think that that makes the movement look bad, or that that's like an immoral thing?
It is what it is. Like I said, I don't really subscribe to it being a movement in the first place.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, that's from your perspective, you wouldn't care. Um, but I don't know if he personally did anything bad. He just said that he had posted there before, so I
He's
don't know.
posted there. He was doing that to check up on dots, in case you're wondering, because Baphomet was notorious for dotsing.
Yes, they did a lot of doxing people and stuff like that.
Yep,
So
and
he
there was
didn't.
one
So
really
did.
infamous case of actual dots there, by the way.
Oh, what was that?
The gal of the
Oh, wait,
ginger
hang on, wait,
arson,
wait.
you might
Shouldn't
know that.
say. It's kind of irresponsible for us to like.
I'm not saying the name. I'll
Okay.
say the rough bit. The gal that was working with what was that guy? Alexander Macron, the new redhead. It was her.
Yeah.
She had ended up getting a rather thorough doxing up to and including the floor plan of the place she was living.
And that was not a GamerGate even person, right? That was a French politics thing.
It was literally a person that probably hired a professional doxer to get the job done. Why they did that, why they had such an axe to grind with that chick, I don't know.
Hmm.
She was planning to bow out until idiots decided to make a political issue about, oh, she got doxed.
Wait,
And
what
then
is
she was
going?
stuck
Hang on,
coming
I
back.
don't know anything about this store. What are you talking about?
Well, an example of actual dox versus Modoc. Because a lot
Uh,
of people have clearly different standards to dox than I do.
right. I'd say that anything that like puts your address or phone number out there is definitely a dox, 1,000%, or social security number, credit card, thing like that. Um, what wouldn't I? But like emails and stuff, like it might be considered like some light form of doxing if you reveal someone's private email address. But like I don't think it's like also the end of the world necessarily.
It just varies. Me, I have a somewhat different standard. I stress it this way. If you're attempting to bring private stuff public that is not remotely relevant, I consider that DOS. That would be the lightest way I could say it. There
Okay.
is somewhat less expectation on that if you are a public figure. That being said, you also have rights even as a public figure.
Now, I want to give. Obviously, Satan's not here to defend himself, but you know him better than me. Um,
I still am able to
he,
talk with
oh, get me in touch with him, please. But he never, to clarify for the book, I don't want him to be slandered in here if it's not true, and I don't want to be very careful with the allegations that are made. Um, he said he posted on Baphomet before, but to clarify, he never engaged in doxing there, as far as you're aware.
No, he was doing that for checking up, if I remember correctly, checking on docs and looking at some of the insane conspiracy stuff that was over.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I don't want to make an allegation against this guy, but I just wanted to touch upon it because I feel like I have an obligation to do so because obviously I'm trying to be fair with this work, and if one of the people who was associated with GamerGate people at the time, even in a like, relatively minor capacity, um, it was a Baphomet poster, that's obviously something that needs to be touched upon from a journalistic reason.
Yeah, I wasn't a Baphomet poster, but I did view it for obvious reasons.
Okay. All right.
There was
Why do
also
you
quite a few other ones anyway. So there was lesser known ones like War, Hats, and a couple others.
why do you think the media didn't cover SBJ Airplay? I know you love the media, so
They didn't cover it because SPJ Airplay didn't really have any push. They didn't pay media to cover it, therefore there was no coverage.
Do you really think that like that's how most of it operates? They pay money for them to stories to get covered?
Quite a bit of it, not all of it.
Oh, here's one I'm sure you're gonna have very strong opinions about, Mr. Thidran. Some
Huh?
people believe that GamerGate should have ended after SPG Airplay. What did you think?
I believe it was dead ages ago, way before FPJ Airplay. But you know what? People ended up reviving it, and it's been a shambling corpse ever since.
Now, when you say GamerGate was dead before SPG Airplay, what do you mean?
That people that ended up getting the bulk of the interest in it ended up killing it already. At that point, a lot of the lines were already solidified. A lot of the people were going back and forth in the same arguments and talking past each other. There literally wasn't much else to say.
What should have were you in like the so there's multiple different like end GamerGate camps, I guess, like from that time period, and they all
Oh yeah,
kind of like came together because of Game Diviner and QQ and their plan to end GamerGate. Their discussions about ending GamerGate, which people have various
that was
feelings
so
about.
hilarious.
Uh, but I don't want to. No, I don't
I'm
think
not
like
gonna lie, I laughed.
I don't think that like I think what Game Diviner and QQ wanted was different from the way a lot of people perceived it. I think what well, who knows what QQ wanted, dude? Like nobody fucking knows. He was he was a puka. I feel like part of the reason he did it was just to see how it would all play out. Like, hey, go try this thing. and he was just curious to see how it would all play out for fun. I think that's kind of what his approach was. Because he even made like a whole like pastebin article and stuff about this, like a whole like fake article. Like I'm not even sure that he actually believed it. And he was just playing along with it and telling Game Diviner who to talk to and not. And but yeah, I like Game Diviner. I like QQ even. I don't have any problem with these people personally. I might be interviewing QQ coming up actually. He says he'll do the interview depending how on how well this one goes. How are we doing so far, by the way?
Yeah, I would say the harassment talk was at about 30%, and that's more than acceptable in my opinion.
Okay, more than acceptable. Okay. Yeah, well, we're
Yeah,
we're
like I said, as long as it's not like 90% plus, and it kind of defeats the purpose because we've talked about it to death at a collective level, you know.
yeah. Well, but for the book though, I think it is extremely important to have that aspect of the story included. So that's why we focus
Of
so
course,
much.
that's why I'm happy to talk about it, just not to have it being the only subject of discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, for sure, for sure. And I do appreciate you being open to talk about this with your real name too. Like that's, you obviously were a public figure during Gamergate too. You were open up about your so was I. So but it seemed like Game Diviner and like what some of the people wanted was there to be like various different things that followed off from Gamergate. So Gamergate's over, but we're going to have like a separate hashtag for for like the creative freedom stuff. We're going to have like a separate hashtag for the industry stuff. We're going to have a separate hashtag for whatever, right? And like um it's not going to be just this one hashtag for everything because obviously we can't keep this group together forever. I think that's like sort of like how he was viewing it, and that under their view, Gamergate was only about ethics anyway. So once Gamergate ends, we can talk about other issues, but we're going to do it in different ways and in different places. But still be the same people. I think that's kind of how he viewed it.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what ended up happening.
Do you think there was
Or
value
did
in?
people forget things like comments?
Yeah. What do you think of Comicsgate?
More of the same with Gamergate. But considering how trashed comics in general has been, I can't get as mad at that one as I can with games.
I've talked with a couple different people who were involved with Comicsgate as a part of this project, just briefly touching upon it with them because they brought it up because it was part of their story. And it seems like opinions within the Gamergate community, insofar as you think that's a real thing, maybe not at all. It seems like people have very diverse opinions on Comicsgate. Like some people thought, hey, look, this is a good thing. They're building a new comics industry. Other people thought, hey, look, these are culture warriors, and some of them are kind of sexist, and I don't want to associate with that. It seemed like there
And my
were
response is, and They're making comics, just like even an out and out comic can make some interesting comics. I just want to see actually good work.
Well, it wasn't just them making stuff. Like that was part of it, but there was also like the criticizing of the social justice warriors in comics and stuff like that too.
Well, just like the social justice warriors end up making caricatures of right wing figures, not fingers.
But isn't that their artistic freedom as well?
It is just like they can end up making those left wing caricatures and make fun of them for it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think I don't really care about comics, but like when it comes to video games, and presumably the same principle would apply towards comics. I want to see everything get made and let the market decide what's successful and not.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't ask most people about this. I mean, it has come up before a few times for sure, but you obviously believe the games industry itself is very corrupt, and you're not
It's
wrong.
highly corrupt,
Like you're
but
not
journalism in
wrong.
general is corrupt.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you slightly. What did you say?
Like I said earlier, journalism in general is corrupt to me. To me, games journalism is just a microcosm of that same pervasive issue due to the nature of journalism to begin with.
No, no, I don't. I don't just mean games journalism. I mean like the publishers themselves, and maybe some
Yeah,
of the development
I would
studios.
consider that's corrupt too. Differing reason. It's still a microcosm because in the industry of related ones, they are the same sort of people. They end up giving limited access to those journalists that are stuck fighting for the scrap, and the ones that don't end up bowing down and wagging their tails and giving them the good reviews don't get further access.
Yeah,
That's why you
but
see so many positive reviews.
you also had major issues with like microtransactions, things like this as well. And you wanted to see this fight taken up by your
Oh yeah,
allies with GamerGate.
and it was a waste of time. I think the only time whenever people finally started taking interest in it was whenever the loot box fiasco got published. And I was not a surprise for me because that was essentially mobile gaming nonsense that got brought over to PC.
Yeah, and thankfully, well, actually, fuck, dude, the loot boxes thing is still a problem. But like, some countries have started to regulate this stuff now, for better or worse. I don't know how good of a job they're doing.
Now, you have to keep in mind that sort of fiasco is literally gambling, and they really should have been regulating it earlier on because what's been happening for years and years is little Jimmy Stewart is getting his mommy and his daddy's credit card and spending ludicrous amounts of money on these games to gamble on the chance of getting something nice. And then whenever mommy and daddy ends up realizing what's going on, they end up charging them back for all this reason. And it creates a really unhealthy environment.
So, if you could name the top three issues in the industry, real quick, or you don't even have to do it real quick. You can go in depth if you want. The top, actually, no, let's say five. I want to give you a lot of leeway here because I know this is something you care about a lot. The top five issues in the industry that you have a problem with, not games journalism, but the gaming industry itself, and what you think should be done to address this.
Item one, I would say, is the rather uneven treatments of developments and developers, given the humble origins of certain groups. In this case, I would talk about the IGF, IGDA, that tier, where even the humbler ones are ending up having to beg for scraps and not getting it because they don't kowtow to that particular party line. I consider that sort of thing a problem, especially in light of them, covering for each other, doing quid pro quo, doing loans in the back and not disclosing that sort of stuff. So I would say that's issue number one. Issue number two, like I've touched upon but elsewhere, mobile gaming monetary practices being put into PC at large. Mobile gaming is separate from PC. I don't like that particular type monetary style because it ultimately relies on people's foolishness and greed. Is literally tapping into a an aspect that encourages gambling, which will be very detrimental to the gaming industry at large. although people will make bank off of it. Yes, it has been demonstrated. Item three, taking the effort to research better mechanics in games rather than constantly retreading the same song and dance over and over. There's been steadily more hmm, derivation rather than innovation, let alone invention in the industry over the last, I would say, decade, with few examples of something actually good. Issue four, I would say I would actually agree with the cancel culture issue because I've mentioned before about that one game developer that ended up being driven to suicide over certain shenanigans that people end up saying that ultimately was a case of he almost raped me, except he didn't. That sort of false reporting and claims should be hammered on a lot more. I don't appreciate it no matter who it is. Finally, the fifth one I would say is a relatively minor one, but people are going from dedicated servers to these more centralized servers, and thus it ends up killing long-term aspects of games. So, say for instance, Team Fortress 2 has all those private servers that people have. It's why that particular game has such long legs. Unlike, say, for instance, a lot of the modern Call of Duty games. There needs to be a return to that particular bit.
And it's also probably worth noting too that dedicated servers they allow you to very much curate your own experience however you want it to be.
It is so superior. It's not even a joke.
The advantages are so the advantages are almost all of the advantages you could possibly imagine. You could have mods, you could have custom levels, you could have your own rules, you could have everything you want. You run the server yourself. The downside is that it's less accessible for like someone who's like doesn't have a lot of free time. So like the idea of the matchmaking is that like literally I'm just gonna jump in. Well, it's two things, right? Two things that matchmaking has. One of which is skill-based matchmaking, so it'll like try to in theory put people together with people of a similar skill level. Um, and then the second advantage that it has is that it's super easy because you can literally just press one button and it finds you a game right away. But
Item one, I point out Smurf account.
yeah, that's a real thing.
Literally
That's a
pro
real
accounts.
problem. Like Smurf accounts are everywhere in
Items
games.
I will actually give them. There's one legitimate reason for it. It is easier,
Yeah.
but the price usually isn't really worth.
Well, and also they could do the matchmaking better than they do it. So like one thing that I've talked about, and it looks like Halo briefly considered trying this, and they did it like for a little bit, but they didn't do anything with it. They just had like I think they had like a toggle where you could choose what kind of matchmaking group of people you wanted to be matched with. So if you wanted to be matched with like trash talking people, you could be matched with trash talking people. It wasn't that. It was basically two options. It was like hardcore versus casual or whatever. But like you could expand it out to have like friendly people, quiet people, um, trash talkers, right? You can so that way it'll match you with people who have a similar interest and similar play style and similar way they want to interact with the game. And that way you can still have people who love trash talking. Like I used to love that, and I still do. I still do. Like when I was playing Halo with my Call of Duty with my friends, dude. Like holy shit, we would trash talk each other all the time. Um, so a lot of people want that experience, but like other people don't. And so they should let you choose your own experience, and they could do that within the matchmaking system. They just choose not to for some
They
reason
really
with
could,
like almost all games.
and that's what makes it a head bit scratcher for me. It's like in the games where that was an option, people deliberately went out of their way to give themselves a terrible gaming experience, in their opinion, which they then blamed on other people rather than it just not being right for them.
Yeah. Now QQ is obviously very skeptical of me personally. I'm not sure how much of the project he's seen. Actually, before we get to that, anything else you want to bring up in brief about industry issues that you want to address?
I've already stated them in brief, in all honesty. It's just the same old song and dance. At one end, there's ideological purity tests that are going on. On the other end, there's money issues that are just shutting out devs, and there's a whole bunch that are just squeezed out of creativity. It's to the point where I recommend game devs take it up with a different industry and take game dev as a hobby rather than getting bullied and buried in that.
Okay. I do want to ask though. He's watching this very closely now, and I've talked about Burgers and Fries. I've talked about GG Revolt throughout this project, behind the scenes, in private, in public, in the book interviews. Let's talk about the first one first, Burgers and Fries. How do you feel about how I've talked about this?
Nah, you have pretty much common complaints about it. They're not going to change the thing. It's basically the same problem that Sportchan had because it's dead easy to go there. It's dead easy to act a fool, and it doesn't matter if you end up banning the person over not following the rules. Doesn't matter if you end up pointing out why that guy's line of thought is bad. You'll still be viewed as a harasser or the worst anyway. It's
Okay.
a similar issue.
Have I been unfair in the way I've talked about Burgers and Fries from what you've seen?
That's not unfair because, that one bit which you pointed out as a narrative is all true facts. If you're outright making stuff up, I would end up saying otherwise.
Okay. Now, have I been fair in how I've covered GG Revolt? Because obviously I had a very negative anti-GGR bias during Gamergate. I feel like that's still present, but not as strong. I try to be fair
Well,
too.
like in the past, I was a lot harsher against Reddit in general. That last mill.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is, GGR was mostly a bunch of people that got pushed out, screwed over by V, and later on Reddit. And they became rather salty as a result because rather than people actually focus on anything that they were remotely interested in, they were like, you know what, screw you guys, we're just going to do this and that, and you have to be Mr. Clean. And these people were like, no.
And they were pushed out of HQ, and they were pushed out of my Discord server, which was supposed to be like a general Discord server for Gamergate, and it was pretty big at the time. Not as big as the other communities by any stretch, but like they were pushed out of everywhere, and that probably made them really upset.
And somewhat insular.
Yeah. Do you think I view it? I view, especially if you GG Revolt went on for years after most people stopped caring about it, including most GG Revolt people. They still had people posting on their board on when they went to End Chan later on. Um,
Mhm.
and then they went to a different site too. They went to a different one after that. But it was like a very small number of people, like maybe a dozen or two, maybe it seemed, active users. But they were still,
Pretty much.
but they went like this super far right stuff this way. It
It's like,
seemed.
why not? Even people that are super far right need a spot to talk about,
Oh no, I'm not saying that
even
they
if you
should be
disagree.
censored. I'm not saying that they should be like censored from like and have their board banned or anything like that. It's just like it doesn't seem like they ended up in a healthy place.
That's why I didn't believe in them being fractioned off like they did. In fact, the original bit was them having complaints about all these rules being selectively applied and getting steadily ousted.
And they
My
had
advice to them was to get it together with them. The reason being, that I already had an example of why that doesn't work well is poll and quote unquote lefty. Lefty poll, as a result, ended up becoming more and more insular and far left. And ultimately, the arguments became weaker over time without having a hardening task done in poll in general.
some Gamergate supporters believe that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of this strategy?
It worked initially, but they never changed the tactic. So countermeasures were eventually put into place, and they never learned since.
Do you support or did you support contacting advertisers over ethical violations only, or would you also support using this tactic over opinion pieces you don't agree with?
I would use it only on the opinion pieces that would advocate for stuff that is actually reprehensible. At the tier of arguing about age of consent laws, attempting to push for third trimester abortions, stuff that is significantly beyond the pale. And even then, I would be hesitant in doing so.
Okay. So there were lines for you with politics. Like, would Sam Biddle saying bring back bullying and that he supports bullying GamerGate supporters and nerds, do you think that that's crossing the line in your eyes?
No,
Okay.
not even close. Is he an idiot? Yes. Did he end up saying stuff to get controversy? Yes. And he had laughs at all the people that were crying about it too.
Is there anything that somebody at one of these gaming sites could say about video games, like this video game is sexist, or her boobs are too big, or stuff like that, that you would say warrants them losing money as a result? Or the extreme opinions only
They
like the
ended
stuff you
up
outlined?
causing the thing is they ended up costing themselves that business because people were not frequenting
But you wouldn't support advertisers just over a statement like that, right? Or would you?
it. I wouldn't bother because it's not worth the effort. I don't really care about minor stuff like
Do you think that by
that.
hurting these, oh god,
The way I would explain it is this: it's like if you're going to complain about every single bit of what you consider wrong thing, unless you're willing to apply that standard to everyone, not just to the people you don't like, I don't want to hear. That's the nicest way I can say it. If you're willing to apply this standard to everyone, that includes yourself, then I'm okay with it. Even if I disagree with you. But if you are unwilling to apply that standard that you push on others to yourself, I don't want to hear it.
do you think that by going after these companies' money, that by going after their pocketbook, that Gamergate made it more likely or less likely? Sorry, the people engaged in the campaigns, I guess, since you don't view Gamergate as being a movement. The people engaged in the campaigns, do you think that they made it more likely or less likely that these websites would come to the table?
Less like, but the thing was, they already weren't going to come to the table anyway. The only one that ended up coming to the table was hoping to head that particular tactic off at the pass, which failed. So the rest of them were like, you know what, screw this. It's not even worth talking with.
All right. Did you care about artistic freedom?
Yes, actually. At the current bleeding edge, I've actually been keeping an eye on adult games. Some of them are quite interesting, but the majority of them are really garbage.
Um, do you view the artistic freedom stuff as being a part of Gamergate?
Yes,
I do want
tends to go hand in hand with censorship.
to. How do you define what is a part of Gamergate and what's not personally?
Based on the people that bothered to pop in and put in effort towards adding to it. If they're simply saying that they are part of it, but they never contributed to any of those aspects, then no.
Okay. What do you think of the arguments about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
The weak point of that argument is that it would be a part of an entire comprehensive campaign. At most, it would be a minor outlying effect. It's not enough to really matter on its own. It's a similar issue on propaganda in general. It's why you don't end up seeing propaganda on just one aspect of life. Like, say, for instance, someone wants to push a particular narrative about, baking the cake bit. They wouldn't just talk about that negative bit on newspapers. They would talk about it on TV. They talk about it on the talking heads currently. They talk about it on radio. They put it as a comprehensive bit that the people that refuse to bake that particular cake are bad. Over time, people end up accepting that if it's part of a comprehensive program. But if they only ended up just hearing it occasionally, it's not really going to have the effect that they wanted.
So you think that if you only occasionally are exposed to something, like it probably isn't going to have an impact of like, oh wow, I'm going to become more
It's not even
sexist,
a probably. It's
consciously or
definitely not going to have
unconscious.
the impact.
What about unconscious biases?
Everyone's got them. They are born with them. Anything that's different. Sexism is merely one aspect of many. One of the key differences I have with probably a lot of y'all is a lot of y'all view that unconscious bias and differences as an inherently bad thing. It's not. It's literally a part of our nature.
So would you take issue with people saying that okay, these video games reinforce sexist attitudes to some extent, and therefore we should stop making therefore the developers have a social responsibility to tone down some of this stuff.
My pushback on that one is rather simple. It's like the pit it sells, doesn't it? So guess what? It's going to be pushed. And I didn't see y'all end up complaining about pornography in the last 30, 40 years. So what's up?
I mean, some people have.
A lot
Not
of the
about
people
pornography.
making those complaints, though, have not. To
Some
be
pol-
honest, pornography in general has a stronger impact than games ever will, for very obvious reasons.
some political activists believed that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic. Actually, let's go back to this. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted with some real life stuff and also with.
No problem.
Okay. Do you think that there's any implications of this idea that video games cause harm in the real world? That will make it less likely that games that certain people like, a lot of people like perhaps, to be made, or that they'll be made in different ways that are making changes that they won't approve of?
The harm could be as amorphous as people don't really want to talk about certain subjects. And if you end up talking about certain subjects, you don't get paid. That's usually the one that ends up limiting it.
Okay. Some political activists believe that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as hashtag change the cover. What do you think of this tactic?
I just think it's stupid because all that is ultimately going to do is get them to make a wide variety of different covers, use the most controversial one, and make a Mott and Bailey style defense, where they'll end up running around the Bailey in case people ended up not saying nothing. And then whenever people end up saying something, they'll retreat to the Mott. They did that in GamerGate. They've done that further on in the past. They'll be doing that in the future. And as a side bonus, the collectors end up collecting all that garbage will end up ultimately benefiting from it because a lot of those covers will end up being rare due to not continuing to be printed.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and censorship?
The line for me is rather simple. You say you don't like this. You list your reasons you don't like this. The censorship aspect would be the attempt of going out of your way to contact buddies to get higher ups to say, this person is making this thing I don't like. Make certain you don't end up paying him for this. Make certain this person doesn't get loans. Accuse them of racism and use that as a reason in order to push advertisers away, push the potential employers away. That's when it becomes censorship.
Do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from some foreign games when they're localized?
Ah, okay. The nicest way I can point that out, I think we've talked about that Fire Emblem controversy.
Yes.
I have refused to bother with Fire Emblem since that particular game, even on piracy level. It's not even worth it to me. Stuff that goes out of their way to encourage that sort of censorship just needlessly, I will never support. There are very few exceptions to that, and one of them would be the Super Robot Wars series. Due to licensing issues and how difficult that is to navigate, I can understand some of the changes that might need to take place, and why most of them will never be localized. Jump Ultimate Stars was in that particular category for a while too, until they finally started getting their ducks in order and releasing that down the line. But the earlier titles, yeah, not so much. Outside of licensing issues and practical concerns like that, no, I don't approve of that sort of quote unquote localization. It was one of the things I ended up criticizing Atlas for in their earlier treatment of Persona 1 and 2.
Anything else you want to talk about regarding creative freedom?
Make the best product that you can do. Even if the idea fails, the fact that you put in the effort to at least try to explore something new is commendable. At the very least, we'll know that this one isn't the right direction, or at least not the right time for it.
Some critics of Gamergate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that was accurate?
They confused burgers and fries with Gamergate. Burgers and fries, I would rate as center to right wing, far right. But whenever people got brought in after gamers are dead, no.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
My political views are rather simple. I'm a big believer in the principle of free speech. I'm also a believer in actually standing up for what you believe in. In addition to that, as much as I loathe this, without the ability to defend oneself, you're not going to end up having any form of political freedom to say the things that you want to say.
Have your politics changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
No.
Are you well, we've already talked about this a little bit, but it's worded a bit differently. Um, are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, or
Yep.
Christian lens?
I'm fine with that as long as you are pointing that particular bit out and you are not pretending that you are remotely neutral.
Now, I think a good example of this would be Polygon. Polygon has a reputation for being extremely left-leaning, but
Yeah.
they don't. I don't think on their official website they say, "Hey, we're a far-left gaming site." It's just like if you spend more than 10 seconds there, you get that impression right away.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. That's
So, do you
why I
feel
don't really
like
focus on them.
is that enough, or should they have a big upfront thing on their website saying, "We are this"?
It's enough as long as they don't claim to be right wing or something that is clearly not them.
Okay. And
It
I
would be
haven't gone
like
through their
a
whole site.
Christian
Maybe,
focused site trying to claim to be Satanists.
yeah.
Beyond the obvious heretical nature of that, it would completely defeat the purpose.
Oh, actually, I stand corrected. On their About Us page, they do say that that they have a progressive approach to the gaming community. So they are very upfront. I did not know that.
See, that's why I don't really have a problem with this with that. I mean, I have some problems with some of the earlier stuff, like they ended up getting funding for a shilling from Microsoft. It's how they ended up getting afloat in the first place, but that was a relatively minor one at the time. Yeah,
Do you think there's any value in analyzing games or works of art through a political lens?
there's value in that, same as any other form of entertainment. Movies get the same thing for music, same thing for comics. The only problem is if it becomes the dominant paradigm and anything that does not follow that paradigm is excised, which has happened all too often.
So okay, so obviously Christ-centered gamer, they're very open about having a religious lens. Polygon, they're very open about having a political lens, a progressive lens. Now, if you write for GameSpot though, which like doesn't promote itself as being a left wing or right wing thing or anything like that, and you include some amount of political analysis, or even just say like, hey, this character is sexist or this game is sexist in your review or in your articles promoting a game or talking about a game, what do you think of that? If it's like GameSpot or IGN or something like that.
Both of those are highly materialistic sites that worship the dollar. So that judgment there would be ultimately their editors that see that if their engagement ends up rising or lowering as a result of it. And what ends up happening is the ones that end up costing advertiser dollars will end up getting fired.
So if IGN does this and they lose money as a result because of people contacting their, would you support people contacting the advertisers of IGN if they wrote articles saying that a game is sexist or whatever? Because I thought you said you wouldn't.
I would not. I think it's a waste of time.
Okay, but other people might.
Lots of people would, including in GamerGate.
Okay. Do you think that's anti-free speech?
Yes, actually. That's why I would not support something like that. On a particular lens, I would end up supporting actions like that, but only if it's actually relevant to their job. For example, if they were ending up claiming that certain stuff was sexist whenever it was anything but, or they were actively making stuff up in that, I would end up pointing that particular bit out. Although I would favor going after their editor and failing that, their advertisers after that.
Some people say that GamerGate was the first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
I think that they do not know their history. An example of an earlier fight, comics. Before that, science fiction writing. The Hayes Code was also comics, but that happened way before any of our time.
Well, the major controversies in comics, like Comicsgate, and with science fiction, like the Sad Puppies, that was
Like I said, that was
that
dead
was
and
later.
gone
That was
decades
after
ago.
GamerGate, though.
I'm talking decades beforehand. Okay, I'll give an example. One example of early example of comics. I think we've already discussed this in brief. Hayes Code and the resulting breaking of the Hayes Code eventually, and
Okay.
the ramifications of both.
Well,
All right.
it sounds like you might agree with the other framing that I'm about to ask you about. What do you think of
But
the?
let me continue on
Okay.
this one
All right.
first.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Example two. There was a lot of controversy in the science fiction community because quite a few of the members in, we'll just say, the left leaning ones in the 70s and whatnot were supporting NAMBLA. And if you don't know NAMBLA, NAMBLA stands for North American Man Boy Love Association. It was one of those early pedophile smears that ended up sticking for a while there.
Okay. I've actually involved. I was a science. Well, I go to a lot of science fiction conventions, including ones that have been around for decades, and including from the 70s and earlier too.
Hmm.
I've been to several, and I'm like pretty knowledgeable-ish about like the community a little bit. And I wouldn't say like an expert or anything, not at all. The more you learn, the more you know you don't know. A lot of things,
Yeah.
most things are like that. Um,
The interesting bit wasn't
but
that there was a card
I,
carrying member or two of it, but the defense around.
yeah, I have not heard this before. Which isn't to say that didn't happen, but I don't know like how widespread it was. Like I mostly go to conventions in the Midwestern United States, and like no one's ever talked to me about that.
Yep. It's just one of those things that a lot of people just don't know. I wouldn't rate it as the average con goer and whatnot. That was in the author sphere, as in the authors themselves were that issue.
Okay, okay.
it's why I ended up bringing up science fiction books as opposed to just at the lowest level.
So I was this. I think there was a famous author who was it. I don't want to say his name because I don't know if it was him. Um, but there was
I mean,
there
there's
was
also the
there was
one
one who was
that
a pedophile, right? Or at least had like,
there was a few,
yeah, who
a few I can think off the top of my head.
yeah. I remember like there was like a controversy about this. I not I wasn't alive back then, but like I have like it was one of the big authors too, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
There was the biggest one was one with the husband and died of the stroke. And going too much into that detail would get really ugly real quick.
But also there were a lot of them who were like not pedophiles too.
Yeah, the vast majority of them weren't, although
Yeah.
there were quite a few that ended up just covering for that for some reason.
And obviously they shouldn't do that
Yeah,
if they covered for it. And any specific individual who did that should be condemned. Um,
yeah.
yeah. What do you think of the frame?
That's
Oh, sorry.
you go ahead.
Have anything else you want to say about the science fiction or comics book examples?
The thing I would say is a lot of people think a lot of this stuff is fresh and new, but people are right in that a lot of it is old. These same issues have been going on for generations. So trying to frame it as this is in the first battle of the culture war is foolish at best.
You just called out the title of my first book. In 2019. Though I mean, it's not the first battle of the culture war. But the way I was defining it was that it was the first major battle of this current culture war between like classical liberal values and like far left values
Oh
that
man,
were
far left has been screaming off the
illiberal
deep end.
illiberal values that some progressives had adopted.
Yeah, don't get me started on how ugly that's getting.
Yeah. Well, and of course now like the classical liberal people don't exist anymore. Well, that's not true. Like I'm a classical liberal. A lot of people are.
Yeah,
But
the few that are little to say being the face of that are currently supporting some rather controversial bits that's going to be pushing further polarization, to put it mildly.
I'm sorry, what?
Like James Lindsay being completely in the toilet for Israel rather than recognizing that both sides are bad at the very least on that issue.
Oh, I don't know who James Lindsay is, but
He's wrote a lot of interesting stuff. I think one bit you might end up liking would be his speech about identifying those far left ones you had mentioned. He had correctly identified them as a mixture of those cultural Marxists and Maoists because they were adopting Maoism in their efforts in revolutionizing
it
the
seems
issue
like
here.
just again Wikipedia not the most reliable source in the world, but it looks like some of the rhetoric he uses is pretty heated.
It's quite heated, but some
Yeah.
of it's useful.
Yeah.
It's good for a bit of side learning. He claims that he's a classic liberal. I, needless to say, don't agree with him, but he's claiming that and is representing some of those values supposedly.
Well, it seems like now though, it seems like in the beginning of this current incarnation of the cultural fight, it seemed like the main battle lines were between people who like were more classically liberal, actually classically liberal, like they believe in freedom of speech, they believe in egalitarianism, they believe in having discussions with people who disagree with them, versus people who wanted to shut down all discussion, but were also left wing. But now I feel like the classically liberal mindset has been not mostly, but like to a degree, it's been pushed out because like the right wing
Yeah,
I feel like are basically doing a lot of the same stuff that the far left is now, but from their
they
side.
both are two wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
The classic joke I've made with friends in the past over this was progressives. What are you actually progressing? Conservatives. What are you conserving? The answers I had for those two was the first, you're progressing everyone off a cliff, which needless to say I don't appreciate. And conserving, a lot of what the conserving I've been seeing has been the equivalent of arranging deck chairs on the Titanic after an iceberg has been hit. It is ultimately useless other than making you feel good.
So Well, this is way the fuck off topic, but we can go here if you want. What do you think we should be progressing towards or conserving in society? Two separate questions, really.
Okay. On progression, I would end up progressing towards actual equality as opposed to the joke that we have now. A race to the bottom is not actually equality. Attempting to cut people off at the knees and doing equity efforts is not really anything more than instituting a slave caste. It doesn't work. And worse than that, it ultimately ends up breeding resentments and further foments continuing inequalities. As far as conservation, I would end up advocating for family values. The problem is, a lot of people end up thinking family values that's it are, um, how you say, nuclear family. I'm not saying that. To me, that's already been heavily fragmented. I'm talking about an outright return to the old style clan, the ones that ended up dominating a village or two, the type that ended up having hundreds of people in an extended family taking care of families, pooling their resources together so they can end up taking care of their local area, which used to be a thing until relatively recently. Until certain powers that be were happy to split those families up into smaller and smaller bits, call it independence, and then claim that it's enriching and freeing to do that.
That's an interesting answer. We could dive into this for like 8 hours, but I don't really want to go that long,
It would
and it's
be
not really relevant
completely
to gamer.
irrelevant to GamerGate. It's interesting, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, we can
I
definitely
think
set up
I
a
find
different.
that what
We could definitely set up more conversations. Like it's not just this one conversation we have to have, Thidran. We could have more
yeah, that's fine. I
conversations.
don't mind talking.
We talked in DDM all the time back in the day. Downton Dew and Burritos. You want to talk about that?
That was fun. I can't remember if that team speaks still up or the mumbles up.
Oh, there was
Because
a
they might
team
have
speak
ended up
too.
mm-hmm.
No, that might have been after I left though. I remember the Mumble was
Yeah,
super active. Well, not super active, but like
it
had some
was for a while.
for a
But
while.
I ended up essentially being an absentee landlord. Ended up meeting up with what ended up being my wife. And some of them got mad over me focusing time on my wife than them. Some of them were and are still cool, but they ended up getting overly ragey over that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Now, some
But that's
people,
just real life concerns.
yeah, yeah. Some people obviously DDM, dude. A lot of crazy conversations happened there too. Like the
Oh, don't
John
get me
Kelly one
started,
with
man.
Seattle
The
for Truth.
John Kelly one was so funny.
Oh my god, dude. Anyone, go look this up. You could probably find it on the internet. If you're reading this and you want to have like, first of all,
The thing
must be
is, the
said,
first 10
must be
seconds
said.
you will find.
I condemn the use of any bad language that is used in this stream. But go check it out. It's hilarious.
You will find that you will either hate it or love it in under 10 seconds. The
Now, do
first 10 seconds of it.
do you have the
And
original?
if you hate it,
Oh,
yes.
I only have the dubstep remix. Sorry, I cut you off though.
I'll have to dig it up. I do have it. I'll have to DM it to you on Discord. But
Yeah.
yes, I do have
Okay. You'll either love it or hate it the first
it.
10 seconds you were saying.
Yes, I think I had put it to the original was like a wave, and the other one's like the MP3. You're gonna want the MP3. It's a lot smaller.
Yeah, that'd be good. Oh man, that was. And then there was, remember Power was Silver Ranger, dude. He was
Ah,
he was only around for like 2 minutes. I've only encountered the guy once in my entire time in GamerGate, maybe twice, and I was super active. You were too. Um, but he was like totally wild. He was like wanting to get together people to do like a real life protest outside of Gawker's headquarters or something.
yes,
Which I mean, like that's
it
not
was
the
great.
world's worst idea ever, actually. But like, I remember
Yeah.
he was so unhinged though. Like, it wasn't. If please God
He
have
didn't
somebody.
hold a candle to Spaghetti for Truth on that
Yeah,
one, to be perfectly frank.
yeah. Well, it's like
He's one of the few people that I actually banned permanently.
spaghetti for Seattle for truth, I should say.
Yes.
Why do you ban
And
him?
a lot of the people in that community, Downton Dew Marias, disagreed with me on that one because they were mad that I brought up something that he did in another community as the reason for banning. I had to explain the obvious to them. Okay. I don't care about mean words, but if it's actionable death threats against someone else, and both of the people are people that come over to here, then I have to take that seriously. That was Endo and Seattle for Truth. Seattle for Truth was thinking that Endo was stealing his digs and was going to go over to his place and strangle him.
And he might have fucking done it.
That's the point I was making.
Yeah. Well,
Just saying words means nothing, but if you both have each other's addresses, you both have each other's names, telephone numbers, and you know how to drive all the way up to there, yeah, I have to take that serious.
no, no, Thidran, there's Theodore, man. I was involved in a lot of circles in GamerGate. A lot of people were.
Same.
Uh, you were too. I don't think that the DDM circle that I ran in a little bit, like again, this wasn't my main community per se, but like I was active in the Mumble. You know, we talked. Uh,
That's one.
I don't think this was like the best one I was a part of, dude. Because like let's just do like a quick like rundown. It's not just the spaghetti for truth incident, right? It's
Yeah.
three of the
I
main
think my
people.
favorite one was the Terraria server that was ran that got me banned from Twitch because there was people that would make windmills of friendship.
I've not heard this.
Okay, they were the sorts that would end up making the Hawk and Cruise. They were the sorts that would end up making songs about Jews whenever I wasn't paying attention. And I eventually got my account banned on Twitch. It was fine, but at the same time, it's like,
But anyway, I just wanna say like DDM wasn't a very big community. It was a very active
yeah,
community, but man, like one of the people who was there, Seattle for Truth, who was like one of the most active people at DDM, he ended up until he got banned, right? But he
yeah,
ended up going to prison for murder. Um,
yep,
Endomorphosis, Benjamin Barber, he was on the run from the police for a completely
yeah,
because he of the revenge porn stuff allegedly. Now I don't know if he
yeah.
was. I don't know. He's obviously out of jail now. He's obviously so I don't know if it was just like
All right,
a short, but he turned himself in eventually. Remember I made that video. I'm like, turn yourself in,
yep,
Benjamin.
that was what.
It's one of the ones that survives. Oh my god, it's hilarious. And then it seems like this wasn't like the healthiest community to be a part of. It seems like a lot of the people involved ended up. John Kelly went far right, though I hear he's abandoned those views. He's not that person anymore. That's what people tell me. He's not like that.
Okay, one thing to understand about John Kelly, this is the way he is. He'll end up adopting whatever community standards are there, whichever one he joins. Okay. Then, once he goes to a different community, he will disavow any of the views just about and say, "Oh, I believe in this now," and so on. He's done that a few times at this
Well, tell me about his Occupy shit.
point. A lot of that just wasn't verified. That was the problem. Before we had ended up setting this whole thing up, that infamous recording, I was telling Seattle and Endo, because both of them were digging into him. I was like, okay, I will give you that chance to talk with John Kelly over this. Get your connection set up, get your research set up, get yourself straightened out. We can arrange it, yada yada. He pops in, is like, okay, we need to talk now. It's like, okay. Like I'm setting up, I'll set up the recordings, I'll send them to the relevant people and yada yada. After the recording's done, okay. So, all right, so recording is starting. You ended up hearing the very beginning of it, and then it just went from there. I ended up sending the recordings as promised, and I think Endo was the one that ultimately leaked it to Cal, and the hilarity spread from there.
But for the context, I guess, for the book and for the audience, is that these were people. So John Kelly was a YouTuber and streamer, and he talked about GamerGate a lot.
And
Seattle
he
for
was
Truth
infamous for
thought
talking about halls of debate.
Seattle for Truth was also a YouTuber and streamer and talked about GamerGate a lot. And Seattle believed that John Kelly had sabotaged research he was doing, and
Yes,
also that John Kelly had a huge
was a
role in
feminist.
Occupy Wall Street and was also had cucked GamerGate with ethics only, quote unquote, um, and like all this stuff. And it was,
Yeah.
yeah, but he didn't go about it like he didn't. Seattle just decided he was going to scream at the guy for like 2 hours instead of actually have a conversation with him.
That's why it's like I was trying to at least have a conversation with him. It's like I appreciate it. Afterwards, it's like I appreciate it. It's like I wanted to give y'all a chance to at least hash that particular bit out because to me it's stupid.
But Thidran, this is like maybe a problem, okay? Because like I feel like if you support GamerGate, like if I had a kid and let's say I'm an adult, I have a son or a daughter, and my son or daughter supports GamerGate. I'm 1000% fine with that. My son or daughter is posted on Kotaku in action, whatever, totally cool. They're talking with GamerGate people. That's totally cool. They're supporting the movement actively on Twitter, on YouTube videos, stuff like that. That's 1,000%. I'm gonna support them 1,000%. But if they're in Downton Dew and Maritos, dude, like that's like that. I don't know, man. Like that. It seems like that
It
shit
wasn't
went
for
off the
kids, man.
rails, dude. That shit went off the rails.
That's adult chats for you, man. They end up saying all kinds of strange stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if they're an adult and they're in DDM and they know what they're doing and they're not being like a complete, freak about it, like that's cool. Like, but like, dude,
Just little
DDM,
children
whoa,
are
that was
just
some
as any.
hardcore shit, dude. That was like that's like the people who support GamerGate and are crazy. Okay, like no offense, like I was there too, but like this
They had
wasn't.
so much fun trolling though
Oh my
and
god,
pissing
dude.
off me.
But like this, I don't know. Am I being too harsh? Maybe it wasn't like.
No, you're not entirely wrong. Although the core group wasn't crazy, we just
The,
ended up having fun messing with people.
yeah, like
But Seattle for Truth wasn't a core person.
see,
John Kelly wasn't a core person. Just to give you a little hint. So
I mean, John was pretty
voice and
active.
none,
John
he was
was pretty
active
active.
for a time, but not a core person. I'm making that distinction as a person
Okay.
that was there throughout.
Well, I wasn't a core person either. I guess
Now you're
was.
getting that.
No. Yeah. So you
I
say
was
fucking with
barely
people.
rated as a core person only because I was in and out throughout. And that was barely because by the end of it, I was an absentee landlord. They fissioned off. They're doing their own thing.
Now, when you say fucking with people, the journalist in me has to ask. I'm sure What do you mean by that? You mean harassing people or?
Okay, I'll give an example. Okay, I'll give an example. There was a guy. I can't remember the guy's name. He was the one of the earlier guys, Oliver, I believe it was. He
Oliver
was
Campbell?
raising money. Yes, he was raising money for a GamerGate, yada yada. Right? Okay. What the guy ended up doing was he was trying to get some money for him and his wife to go to airplane, yada yada. I was like, okay. Yeah, one of the people was basically making comment because this was on stream. It was a 24/7 stream. He's like, well, if Oliver Campbell ends up wanting to do this, and he actually doesn't need that second bit. All he needs to do, in the treatment of his particular issue is, he ends up bringing up an image of like how to word it. Someone putting fingers up someone's sphincter and pressing on the prostate, like a medical exam tear. And he was like, "You express that, and you'll end up getting the results." And needless to say, Oliver was pissed at that.
Okay, so not harassment, but just funny memes and jokes, basically.
Pretty much.
Okay, that's cool.
V,
Because I didn't. And
another one with
to
V.
clarify,
This
I
was
didn't.
one more.
Good.
One more. V. As to why V hated us so much. Whenever there was rabbit.it and whatnot, what we would do, I think we did like 2 or 3 posts in like one video bit as a demonstration of Rabbit's ability, because there was like a whole bunch of IPs that people get in and just ban evade and whatnot on it. But one thing to understand is on a Chan board and whatnot, except for certain groups, we'll just say quote unquote, ban evasion is literally nothing. It is nothing. So what these people, what they did was they made a post or two by using rabbits just to piss me off. And what they ended up doing is, for weeks on end, they would accuse random people of being me or Bacon or other people because they were thinking that we were continuously doing it. When all that happened was there was like two or three posts. And it's like, oh, perfect.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess I want to clarify because I feel like maybe gave a shitty answer. Like when I say if my son or daughter was in DDM, what I mean is if they're an adult, like whatever, who
If they
cares?
were,
But
please
if
talk
they
to
were a
me
high
about that.
schooler in DDM, no, dude, they're a bad influence. You can't talk. Like you can support
Okay,
GamerGate, but you
please.
can't. Like
I
that's
would
a
say, you
bad
know what
group.
I would say underage ban, toss them out.
Yeah, yeah. But but like nothing like that bad even. Like nothing that bad happened. It's just that like if you look at where those people are now, it's not a good spot, Thidran. Like like one of them's
Yeah,
in prison for 20 years or whatever. Another one
one ended up going
when
to jail.
yeah. Well, did he
I
go to
mean, shoot, I
jail
ended up
or
homeless half this year
did he
because
go
I've
to
been
jail or did
stuck.
he what happened with so I know he turned himself in eventually because he ran from the cops originally, which was a really dumb idea. He never should have done that. And then
I think
he
he ended up
turned
in jail for a while, but I'm not sure if he's gotten out yet. I
well
doubt he's
he's
going to be in
no
that long, except for
he's on
maybe
Reddit. I
the.
mean, he's on Discord. He joined my Discord server a little while.
Oh,
He
okay.
wanted to go
I think
pirate a
that the
movie
time he
or
got
something.
most of his time was for the revenge porn thing, not the.
Well, I think it was a misdemeanor, not a felony. So like, well, and then he ran from the cops, which is like you don't do that. Like maybe that
Yeah,
may
I think they dropped that one because he turned himself in.
okay.
Because
So like it
otherwise, he would be getting a lot more time
was part of the deal. Like he turns himself in, they just dropped that charge. And then he
and just deal with the rest of it.
yeah. But he's out now. Yeah, he joined my Discord and then he quit because he thought that like I was too strict in the moderation. Even though like I was, I don't think I really was, but whatever. Um, that's a whole separate thing.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's a whole separate thing. Like I said, me, I don't waste my time freaking out over people's moderation. My style of moderation, needless to say, is rather open-ended and tends to go for bleeding edge of legality rather than certain bits. But yeah, I don't care about TOS.
all right, back to here. What do you think of the framing of GamerGate or the reaction to it as being a moral panic?
That's pretty much what it was.
All right, I know we talked about this a little bit too, but what do you think of the framing of well when you say that's what it was, what do you mean that Gamergate itself was a moral panic about the feminists or that the
The
response to
framing of
Gamergate
it.
was that
They wanted to make it a moral panic, just like the satanic panic of yesteryear, where everyone's a Satanist, and if you do this and you do that, you're a Satanist, and so on and so forth.
yeah, I think the moral panic framing is a pretty good one. I don't think it encapsulates the whole story, but I feel like it's a pretty good framing.
Yeah, I would say that's at least for on the journalists to the people involved. I would say that's an accurate framing because that's what ended up happening.
What do you
Because
think
as a
of
result, people raged.
what do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believe in enlightenment liberal values and those who don't?
I've already stated what I believe it ultimately is. It was basically a turf war that blew up for no good reason, which as why it creates so much confusion. Why there were so many different groups.
I know you'd probably we're getting into the interactions with the other side, quote unquote, portion of it, and I know that you sort of reject the idea that there are sides to begin with. Um, but I'm going to try and word the questions a little bit differently than I normally do. But have you interacted with any people who thought Gamergate was bad?
I did that as a par for the course, man. That was more fun for me. I actually got less static overall, other than of course the shitty journalists, than I did with the supposed pro GG account.
Wait, you had a separate account? What did you do with this?
I always had separate accounts. This is my personal real name account. I ended up going with anonymous accounts to talk with anyone. So I'd at
Okay.
least have people to talk to, because blocklist. I always try to end up talking because I might be wrong in certain specific things. Like earlier, whenever I was saying Norman Rockwell. See, I can admit to being that stuff that's outright wrong. I'll correct it. I'll fix it. You get the idea.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
Quite a few, but not a ton. More of the fun of it was the people that would come after the fact and talk with me more about it because of issues they actually care about, but are scared to talk about because one or the other side, as you like to call it, would end up bugging them over it.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on burgers and fries?
I didn't even try because I thought it was a waste of time.
It might be worth trying. It really might.
Like I said, I didn't care then. I don't care now. I probably won't care in the future, man.
Yeah.
It's like it is what it is. You can see the IRC logs for years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it might be. Well, I'm not sure it's worth trying because I'm not sure it's really defensible. Like, I'm still kind of like, I don't think it was all bad like the media says, but I feel like a lot of it, like, bro, like,
It clearly has
it's
different
drama.
standards
I
than you
feel
have.
like it's all just a bunch of fucking people who wanted to talk about internet drama. And like
That's really all it was.
some of them cared about ethics stuff, and some of them didn't. But like they're like, oh boy,
And
this is some
they ended
juicy
up.
shit. That's what it really
That's
was.
exactly what it was.
Yeah.
My interest, of course, I wouldn't even paid attention because I don't care about drama most of the time, except whenever it gets in the way of me doing my thing, which it
Is
did. And I was like, what the fuck is this?
is burgers and fries still active?
Not so much. Last time I checked, there was like 20, 30 people, but I haven't checked in like the last year, maybe.
Oh, so you're not the
I
owner anymore?
That is correct. I'm not the owner anymore. I'd initially ended up putting it towards someone else who ended up essentially nuking the Chan. But eventually, I was able to get it transferred to someone else that cared about what remained of it.
And at no point though you didn't think like maybe I should change the name of this to make it more like
Nah.
at least to appease people like me who are like optics focused a little bit.
I ended up also having an Esther Chan as well. We tried the GamerGate if people really wanted to be there. Everybody just wanted to be on the burgers and fries. Was like, okay.
Do you think that's because more people were interested in harassing Zoe Quinn than were interested in Gamergate? I have to
Eh,
ask, dude. Like, you can't just put that out
The
there.
reason I say that is I wouldn't view what happened with Zoe Quinn, I would say, as harassment in the bulk of cases. Like I said, I put an example of what I considered harassment, that Monday Matt trying to push that sort of nonsense. But simply saying mean words, me calling her a whore, that sort of stuff, I don't consider harassment.
Do you consider it sexist?
She was a whore. Now, if I said all women are whores, I would consider that sexist. Calling a specific person a whore because of their actions is not inherently
But like
sexist.
her actions, as far as you know, is that she's like cheated on her boyfriend with a lot of people. Like we don't know why she
And
did that. We don't know
actually,
that she did it
I do
for
know
the
because she
favors.
also ended up working as a whore for an alt porn site. That was what she had used in claiming on that little court bit that got Aaron gagged for years on end as revenge porn. Just so you know.
Well, I'm not saying she was like a great person. I don't know why would you want to attack her like on those grounds instead of like I don't know, just like ignore her or criticize her for like the other bad shit she's done.
Because it would have just been ignored. And besides, initially, what was it? Internet genre. And it's like, what is this person doing that's causing a whole bunch of stuff to be censored? This person is a literal whore that's causing this whole bunch of mess, that's trashing the place that I'm having fun at. It's like, why would I end up having a charitable bit with her?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
That
not
being
saying like
said,
you have
I
to be
wouldn't
friends with
end
her or
up
anything.
wishing
I'm
death
just
upon her or any actual harm physically or anything of that sort. In fact, one of the early concerns I ended up having was in case things really spiraled out of control, that people might end up killing her because she is so divisive and foolish in her antics.
did you take like proactive measures to stop the people from like actually harassing her? I know you said that you had rules.
Yep, and in addition to that, there was also, remember the GamerGate harassment patrol?
Yeah,
Guess who was involved in that one?
you were involved with the harassment patrol, the anti-harassment
Ironically
patrol.
enough, yes.
That's a little bit ironic,
Yeah.
but no, I mean,
Considering
not
how
really.
much people
Not
are
it's
claimed I was a harasser and all that
But
jazz, yeah.
dude, the Allison rap stuff, dude, like that was so bad. Like I'm sorry, but we're gonna. I disagree, dude. Like no,
We're
but
going to
We're past
disagree.
that. We're past that. We're past that. Let's
Okay,
move
like I
on.
said, we'll sum it up as we'll disagree on it.
All
There's that
right.
I already stated my specific reasons
Yeah.
for it. If it was just simply mean opinions, I wouldn't bother.
All right. Well, hey, are you friends with anyone who holds a negative view of GamerGate still?
To be perfectly frank, I'm not really friends with people that hold a positive or negative view on Gamergate. Gamergate is just an event. I'll talk about it as it relates to other stuff, but as a whole, I don't really talk about it that much anymore. I just point out, yep, I was involved. If y'all really want to talk more about it, by all means. But then again, I'm the crazy person that'll end up talking about Israel, Palestine, and America. That's not a good area to talk about it, especially if you're talking trash about Israel.
How do you think the conversation about GamerGate could have been more productive?
The only way it would have been more productive, in all honesty, is if it wasn't deliberately blown up. Because a lot of this was really a small potatoes thing that got blown up into this moral panic in an effort to gain money, which blew up in certain journalists' faces.
Do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
Do you really want me to get into that one? Because I could get mean.
Hey, this is your interview, bro. Go wherever you want to go.
All
You can
right, I'll
extend.
sum it up this way. Too many people were faking their ethnicities and yada yada for not your shield. There is a reason why the supposed AGGers ended up pointing out all those shenanigans and Nacho Shield and other tags
Well, I
like
mean, it
of
was
that
like
nature.
two people though who did that. It was Hope
I know
McKenna and then Allison Prime.
there were some others, but the thing is, even one fake is a bad idea on that. All it takes is one. Give me a minute.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
you have
give me a minute. I really
thousands
need a
of
minute.
people, and then you have like a couple of them are fake because like people on the internet are assholes and they're gonna create fake accounts. Like, or in the Hope McKenna case, like they were, or no, sorry, the other case, the Allison Prime case, they were using a fake account for like 10 years prior to GamerGate even. Like that was just like their online thing that they did, like a fetish or something they had. But like that obviously doesn't disprove when you have thousands of people, and many of them are willing to go out there and do
Yeah, you had
videos and
lost
stuff
me
like
for
that.
about a minute. You're able to hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
All right, cool. My stuff ended up dying, so I had to change my bits. So the last minute I didn't hear.
Oh, so I was just saying that like I don't think it really discredits anything if like a couple people get like outed as fake when there's like thousands of people participating. Because obviously in any large thing you're gonna have some people who are fakers or trolls. But that doesn't mean that everyone else should be demonized or discarded because of that.
Pretty much.
Would you be willing to talk with someone like Miss Sonata who thinks that Gamergate was bad,
I
about the
don't care.
burgers and
By
fries
all
stuff
means.
and Gamergate? Okay. Yeah, we can set that up, dude. Oh, dude. Do you want me to moderate? This will be a great content for me too.
Sure.
Okay, we'll set it up sometime if she's down. Some websites ban discussion of GamerGate. Why do you think that is?
Because it's controversial. Not to mention all the problems and DDoSing and whatnot that resulted. Whenever you paid people to DDoS areas that had certain keywords, it's not hard to find. It doesn't just apply to 4chan. It's just that 4chan's more resilient to that sort of stuff than other sites.
All right, now we're going to go back to harassment and sexism. You ready?
Oh, by all means.
Why do you think some people claimed that GamerGate was about harassment or hating women?
Isn't it obvious? Burgers and fries.
You think it's not just that, though, right?
I think it's primarily that. The other bit would be people's usual stereotypes of gamers in general, anyways.
But you said earlier that the media would have demonized GamerGate even without the burgers and fries stuff, right?
Exactly, because they already have a negative stereotype of gamers. Gamers to them, for decades, and that has not changed, are analogous to losers. Thus, they'll end up attaching whatever negative label that they can to them, because they know that gamers will not punch them back. And even if they try, they don't have nearly enough force that the media can do by demonizing them.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm not trying to set up a debate or anything. Like, if you wanted to talk over voice or over text, you guys are welcome to set up with each other. Like, I don't want to. It's just an idea I'm floating. That's all.
Yeah, I can understand why Mista would be on that viewpoint. The thing that I'm going to say plainly is, I did talk smack about her. I didn't go up to her at every single point to talk to her. If anything, she came over to other places, didn't say a word. I don't even know her from Adam at the time. Then tried to claim that I'm a harasser and all this other jazz, and so on. I don't even know the
Zoe
idiot at the
called you
time.
her harasser?
She used me as one of the examples, yes. That's where a lot of that early bit of, oh, this person's a harasser.
Do you have an archive of her doing that and making a specific allegation against you personally?
It was me under a Thidran. Remember, she was using burgers and fries. One of the examples was Roguestar. Another example was me personally. I can't remember the exact one. It would be one of the earlier archives of her during the burgers and fries days. Luckily, burgers and fries days are relatively small, and it covers maybe 2 weeks of time in terms of archives.
What do you
So
think?
short of the archiving site would end up having it.
What do you think of the studies about GamerGate and harassment, like the Women Action Media study and Brandwatch study?
Oh, those a joke.
Really?
Yep, I would sum it up this way. As Mark Twain likes to say, there are lies, damned lies, and statistics. You can make statistics mean anything.
Do you even know the studies I'm talking about?
Roughly, yes.
But they showed that GamerGate wasn't a harassment campaign, so why do you say that they're bad data?
Because they don't really talk about the stuff that went beyond Gamergate. And if I remember correctly, they ended up studying it on Twitter, not it at large.
Well, I feel like it's really good methodology, actually. Well, sorry, I feel like the Women Action Media study is really good methodology. The other one, we have no idea.
I mean, it could have been a lot worse. I won't lie there. But was it good? No.
But what are your main issues with the study and what they did? Just because it was Twitter?
Yeah, Twitter is, while it is the most obvious one, I'll be blunt, it's the most obvious one. It is not anywhere near the breadth needed to make that claim. If anything, the FBI report was a little bit better to defend that particular case.
What do you find about the FBI report so convincing? Or what do you think was the good arguments there?
Mainly because they looked in other cases where people ended up saying this person might this might be legally actionable, and they ended up taking the time to investigate all those claims, and they found nothing. The only one that was potentially actionable was that infamous Brazilian journalist, but he's not even a part of the United States, therefore, there you go.
Well, Thidran, I'm going to push back. I feel like it's really good data because we have a very good selection of who is a GamerGate supporter with this. I feel it's not perfect, but it's like pretty good, and like you've looked at it over a period of about a month, analyzing these accounts and whether or not they're engaging in harassment. I feel like that's pretty good data. And 0.66%
Remember
of them
that,
have.
I'll put it
Now,
this way.
look,
I'll explain once
obviously,
more.
GamerGate. Hang on, I want to clarify. Obviously, GamerGate was discussed outside of just Twitter, but Twitter was like the main hub of GG, or at least a large portion of GamerGate, and that's
That would
also
be the
where,
public hub.
and that's also where people discussed. That's where the harassment allegations were mostly made, right? That they're harassing people on Twitter, basically.
No, they ended up making harassment campaign. That's the point I'm making. Now, it is good data that it was not a harassment campaign on Twitter, but you made the claim that it ended up doing a good job at dealing with the harassment campaign in general, which is where I disagree.
Well, do you think GamerGate was a harassment campaign?
Of course not.
But you think that the data doesn't dissolve. It only proves that GamerGate people on Twitter aren't a harassment campaign. You're saying that there could theoretically be a separate harassment campaign on Reddit or on 8chan or something like that. Or
it's
right?
Why I think that it's ultimately meaningless, because that would be the go-to narratives. What's the one they ended up focusing on most? IRC.
Well, that's because you guys like did the you guys were schizo, bro. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have had this whole chat room to discuss this drama. Or like, if you want to do that, and then you want to be taken seriously after, you got to be like, hey, look, we got to rebrand, okay? Like, come on, man.
But for the record, GG was that rebrand. It didn't work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like GamerGate brought in like all sorts of people who you said your community was only a couple hundred people at most at the time.
I know. That's why I said that it was pointless, because people were making that rebrand argument during GG itself, and the average person was like, "What?"
Yeah, but dude, you still ran Burgers and Fries for like years later.
Yep, and it was ultimately meaningless anyways, because their argument was from before GamerGate itself existed.
Miss Donata asked if that's the one that used the block list. Yes, and the block list is, I think, a pretty good representative sample of who is in GamerGate. It's not 100% perfect, but it's because obviously like some people didn't end up on it, and some people did. But it uses, do you follow a large number of GamerGate accounts? And if you do, then it classifies you as being pro GamerGate. Now, some anti GamerGate people like Miss Sonata ended up on there because they were willing to debate us, and of course, like some randos got on there too, and some GamerGate people didn't follow enough of the accounts, so they didn't end up on it. So like, yeah, it's not a perfect data set, but it's like a pretty good data set, I'd feel.
Yeah, like I said, my point was the earlier claim of it being able to dissolve it, no. But I would agree that in the more narrow claim of its being able to prove it is not a harassment campaign on Twitter, it is good enough for that. I would rate it as acceptable.
All right, Thidran, as a member of the Anti-Harassment Patrol, what do you think about the Anti-Harassment Patrol?
Well, it was a good effort, but ultimately meaningless, because it ended up demonstrating some of the weak points of Twitter, as well as how easy it is to manufacture harassment anyways.
How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
As far as actually dealing with actual bad actors, important. I don't care about mean words, though. I'll actually give an early example of why I consider that sort of stuff critical, all right? And also why I have an Instagram with Anita, since I'd never heard of her before GamerGate. But there was once a troll account that ended up posting child pornography at Anita Sarkeesian. The profile was child pornography. Everything else was that disgusting garbage. All right? Okay. There were a few accounts that ended up getting hit with that particular bit. They did the right thing. They ended up privately reporting that particular account. The reason that you do a private report is you do not want to spread child pornography. Anita Sarkeesian, in her infinite wisdom, was publicly telling her followers to report them. I think you can imagine why I take issue with someone publicly spreading child pornography, even if indirectly by trying to get that person reported. It was also a flaw in Twitter's reporting.
Yeah, to be clear, like I'll defend Anita though. Like, was it kind of dumb what she did? Yeah, but like I'm sure she didn't mean anything bad by it. She probably just thought like, everyone, quick, jump on this right away. And also like it could be time sensitive too, right? Like if the Twitter and the police are able to track that person's IP address, they might be able to take them down quicker. So time could
Those are
be of the
logged.
essence, right?
It's logged based on the reports and the IP.
Okay. But like, yeah,
So
I can understand like
all
her
you have to
wanting
do
to.
is have put in the report, and it would have been more than enough.
Yeah, but I don't know how quickly Twitter. Actually, I know how quickly Twitter responds to reports, and that's like very, very slowly.
They were pretty fast at those times. They slowed down over the years though, and like the last year or so, forget it. For me, at the average report, I ended up getting a turnaround within an hour on average of my reports. So yeah.
Do you think most people? This is this one doesn't really work with you.
Say it anyways. I could use a laugh.
Do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment?
They certainly did everything they could involving that particular bit, but it ultimately was meaningless. I ended up at helping them out anyways, simply because I don't like that garbage myself.
Good guy Thidran. If you saw someone quote unquote on your side, actually no, I shouldn't say good guy Thidran, dude. Like I really do think what you did was morally wrong with the Allison Rap stuff. Like I don't care about the burgers and fries thing. Actually, it's really that's fine. If people want to go on the internet and talk about drama, like whatever. I don't give a shit about that one way or the other, as long as there's no harassment happening. But like the Allison Rap thing, like I really think that was morally wrong. I really do, actually.
Like I said, we'll have a disagreement over
Yeah.
that because me and you have different standards with regards to that sort of
Yeah.
stuff.
But like I don't think you're like a moral monster who has to be like shunned from society because of this. Like obviously I'm talking with you right now, and we can talk again in the future. So like I don't think you're like a moral monster or anything. I just think like man, that was not good. But it was also like 7 years ago, so like people change, I get it. Or they still think it was fine to do. But
Like in my case.
yeah. Yeah.
But reasons the rest of them subscribe to it, it's like, yeah, that was stupid.
If you saw someone quote unquote, oh, this is another one you might reject, on your side doing something you thought was bad, how would you have handled that?
Depending on the severity of it, if it's something that is questionable but they might not know it, I would let the individuals know that, hey, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. If it's something that's majorly bad, like for example what happened with Spaghetti for Truth and Endo, because oh yeah, I do have to bring it back a little bit. At the aftermath of that interview, because he was attempting to extort John Kelly, I had given him fair warning that any further shenanigans would lead to that permaban because of that extorting. Because I don't believe in legally actionable stuff like that. And that's a bit that he had with Endo with the straw that broke the camel's back. So my advice would be I would give them fair warning on stuff before saying screw this, goodbye. Depending on how off it is, I would even outright report him to the police.
Thydra, when it comes to like the pro GG or GamerGate person kind of language, like I think it's
For me,
fine.
it doesn't matter if you're pro or anti. For me, what matters is your standards.
Yeah.
If you are willing to do those sort of things, I will not treat you right. No matter who you are, I don't care about your political affiliation.
Yeah, but the reason I want to bring it up is like obviously there's a large number of people who are talking about this thing, who are conducting operations about this thing, who are in some cases identifying as
Well,
this thing.
hell, I
Like
ended
it
up
seems
looking
like
at it.
there's maybe a community here, like kind of. Like even
Oh,
if you
there's
like
certainly communities. It's just that at best, there are a bunch of disparate communities that were around the event, which they were slowly but surely isolating themselves as they were busy arguing with other people that were also isolating themselves.
so do you huh. So you don't you would view it as being like a very large amorphous collection of communities focused on the event rather than being like two sides as like most people kind of see it.
Pretty much, because there were quite a few disparate groups of people, some of whom had multiple motivations like me, some of whom were simply there to cause havoc, some of whom were simply there to push their political narrative, some of them were there to actually enforce standards, and so on and so forth. You've said at least five separate groups yourself. I could name quite a few more, but I think we would get into tangents because some of them would be smaller than others, and you had nailed the major groups anyways.
Yeah. You don't have to talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during Gamergate from either side or from anybody? Let's just say that.
What I would call harassment? No. But what some of y'all call harassment? Constantly.
Well, you being falsely accused. Well, you being quote unquote falsely accused by Zoe Quinn. Does that count as her harassing you in some way?
Like I said, to y'all you would consider it that. I would consider it just an idiot. If she was making it a constant and ever present thing by trying to, say, for instance, find out my home address, send angry letters in the mail, get other people to end up sending angry letters to any people I was working for, and that sort of stuff, yes, I would consider that sort of stuff harassment. I would set up the necessary ramifications, and she would end up getting charged legally.
Okay. Well, I normally ask this question a little bit later because I want to see how people answer before they answer this question. But can you define what you think harassment is?
I tend to go by US standards of harassment. It's why I end up having a much harsher stance on that particular bit than the average person would go. It's not enough to simply say, this person is mean to me on Twitter. Instead, the standard is the person has to say, no, it is not acceptable, and or block, and or ignore, and or set up measures to avoid and deal with the person without having to deal with them. And they would keep going after them over and over again. It's repeated instances, not simply a simple negative influence. It certainly feels like harassment to some people whenever there are hundreds to thousands of people saying mean things to them, even if it's just a one and done post. But alas, that is the nature of social media and is not necessarily a harassment campaign.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
Don't really know the dude.
Oh, it was Mombot. It was the controversy involving her when Izzy Galvez and several other people who had a negative opinion of Gamergate decided that they were going to try and dox Gamergate supporters like Mombot. And then they created a fake. The Mombot and Rudderhouse created like a whole fake dox, breadcrumbs to a fake dox, and the
That's
anti-Gamergaters took
great.
the bait. Then they exposed this,
Yeah.
and it was a whole thing. Um,
Okay, I got a tangent then in light of that, okay?
okay.
For whatever reason, King of Pole still hates me now for whatever reason, yada yada. But what ended up being funny was him and another person tried to get a cow thread on me. And they're trying to set up dots and all that jazz. They didn't have a picture of me right. They had the wrong picture. And it ended up being used as an avatar for some people just to make fun of King of Pole. It was so great. I had so much fun just watching him try to get people to be a personal army to dots me.
Any thoughts on the term sea lioning?
That's what y'all call that term. I would say y'all as in local parlance, but to be perfectly frank, there's not much you can do about it. It's due to the nature of social media.
All right, Thidran, I want to give you the chance right now. I'll give you a couple minutes if you need it, but I want you to make the case to me that I should stop referring to GamerGate as a movement and instead treat it as something else. Movement or consumer revolt. I use them interchangeably. I use
Yeah, fair enough.
conversation interchangeably too. I use so many different words to describe GamerGate that are I use them interchangeably because I think it's like all of them.
Yeah.
But
Because they're all similar and whatnots, and they can end up applying to a certain person's frame of reference that wouldn't do otherwise.
yeah.
The reason I favor an event over a collective or a movement and whatnot is because it is so disparate, it's so disunited in the first place that you're ultimately ending up burning yourself out because there are no central bits. You yourself, once again, have stated that there's at least 5 or 6 separate groups involved in that particular bit, not including people on what you would call anti-GG and so on and so forth. Thus, it would be better to group it according to interest rather than simply the hashtag or a singular group.
Okay. I think I understand why that is a useful framing. I don't know if I would want to adopt that moving forward with the interview project though, because I think that one, it becomes way too complicated, and I think it's overly
It's
complicated.
it's it's
I
better for research than it would be for the book project, but you could at least understand why I would do it.
Yeah, and I do think that like at the time there was not everybody had this view, but I think there was a very widespread perception within both communities, quote unquote, that there was like a pro and anti Gamergate, and it wasn't just like a whole like there was a I feel like there was a perception at the time that was pretty widespread, not held by everyone, very much not held by everyone, but like there
I
was a
think
perception that both
the
sides kind of
original
agreed with.
bit, honestly, was people that viewed the whole thing as harassment, and they viewed the people that were involved in it that are trying to look into things as harassers as a whole thing.
Hmm.
And the people that were being called harassers, like, no, we're not harassers. We aren't doing that. We're looking at this. And then it ended up talking past each other a lot.
Yeah, yeah, I think that that's I mean like, but that also denies Gamergate agency, right? That is allowing Gamergate to be defined, and in regards to who's in Gamergate, to be defined as the people who are falsely accused rather than like the people who are actually doing things in the world.
That's why that false dichotomy wasn't really a good thing, in my opinion.
It's definitely a nuanced topic. I do jump around in how I describe it. Like I sometimes I'll use conversation, sometimes I'll use movement, sometimes I'll use event, sometimes I'll use consumer revolt. Though that's more rare for me. Though I think that like that might be like the best framing actually.
It's the
Consumer
most
revolt.
effective one considering the tactics used.
Like at the time, I would also
Like
use them
early on, there
interchangeably, but
was an attempt at boycotting, which at the time I was against, like an idiot. But in my defense, my mother had recently died, and I just was not doing right in the head for a while.
well, I was against boycotting games specifically because I didn't want the developers to think of us as their enemy.
If I remember correctly, my reasoning at the time was legality's sake on the developer's end, and it does somewhat hold water, but it doesn't really work for the average consumer. Because the only thing that's got the average consumer has is their wallet. They can choose to either spend it or not. So why bother spending it on trash?
Yeah, I'm fine with boycotts. I'm not okay with Gamergate boycotts, as in Gamergate recommends you boycott this game. Like that is not something I think
I
Gamergate
thought
should be
that's just
involved
a
with.
waste of time. I would
Yeah.
put it as a gamer get boycott in general. It's like these practices we don't like. You want the most effective bit of black PR that I saw in recent times around the GameGate era? EA Star Wars. That one was so effective at really screwing with EA's get push for that game.
Yeah, there's just so much because like to me, Gamergate was only two things. GamerGate was creative freedom, and GamerGate was ethics and games journalism. Now, other people might disagree with that definition. That's fine. Different people get involved for different reasons. But for me, so the idea of GamerGate boycotting a game or advocating others boycott a game, as a collective, I very much would be opposed to that because to me, I want all games to exist. And I don't know what even if the reason for the boycott's good,
It's more of
microtransactions
a
in
head
Battlefront 2,
scratcher to me,
just
anyways. It just
imagine
doesn't make
how
sense.
once you set that precedent though of we did one boycott and it was good, we did two more, they were good too, but then somebody's gonna launch a boycott because we don't like the social justice warriors and we wanna it's oh shit, dude, what the fuck have you done? Now you're becoming the enemy, you know?
I just don't really see the point.
So I
It's
would
like,
never.
you're not going to buy it anyways. You already aren't buying it for political reasons. By all means, go ahead.
Yeah,
And
individual
the average person is
boycotts.
going to be like, yeah, you're an idiot. I'm going to buy it.
Yeah, individual boycotts are fine. Collective boycotts collective boycotts are fine too, but not as a part of GamerGate in my view. So I would never have gone down that path. I don't think. But you think it was a good idea, so or
And not as Gamergate approved lists or any of that's nonsense like Sad Puppies would. No. But I would point out particular bits that you don't like in industry practices and just don't buy them at the critical times. Like during Black Friday, the soup du jour game that you already know is garbage, that hasn't really improved in years and years and years, point out that bit. Point out how the latest football title of it, EA ended up having the same coding for it over a bloody decade, which they didn't end up paying the coder for, and he ended up suing the court and winning back wages over that. You point stuff like that out. It's great.
all right, Thidran, we're nearing the end a little bit. What do you think about how the media covered GamerGate?
About what I expected. Complete ass.
If you were a journalist, how would you have investigated or covered GamerGate?
How I would have done it? I would have analyzed it based on the general themes involved. The introductory would be what's going on. Yeah, I would go with whatever the tagline is, because I wouldn't go first out of the post. I would end up doing a counterpoint to it for controversy. It's like, is the Gamergate a harassment campaign? Let's find out. And each of the resulting pieces in a series would be different groups that would end up talking about that particular issue and seeing stuff that they're interested in as a result of that event. That's the way I would have covered it.
So you would have had a 2 or 3 a multi-week series where you
I would have
talked to
put
the
it
people.
as a series where each one would be interviewing one group of people, and I would end up seeing a few people that would recommend that they believe is most representative of that particular group of interest, and I would go from there.
I've never asked anyone this question before, but maybe I should start. Were there any journalists you thought did a good job covering GamerGate?
I would say the only one of actual journalism that I was interested in was the one Angry Gamer stuff. I liked his coverage of Game Journal Pros over Yiannopoulos' bit.
God, dude, I'd have to go back and at the time I thought Eric Kane, David Auerbach, Kathy Young did a good job, but I'd have to go back and read all their articles now.
I mean,
So I
they
have no
aren't
idea.
terrible, mind you. Don't get that twisted. But like I said, the central framing of a lot of those articles was Gamergate's harassment. Gamergate's trying to do this. Gamergate's being bullied, and so on and so forth. A lot of it was basically
not those
oppression,
specific individuals. Those specific individuals, I think had pretty nuanced views on GG or takes on GG.
I know, but I meant the central framing of it as a whole ended up being around that. It's why I end up pointing out it's like,
oh,
yeah,
they were basically saying, no, it's not really true. These people don't care.
And so on and so forth. They're
these
focusing
people aren't really
more.
Harassers.
You get the idea.
Yeah, it was, but they had I get what you're saying. They still talked about harassment more than you would have liked.
It's just a waste of time, ultimately.
I don't know if that's entirely fair. I'd have to go back and read all the articles to see what they were saying. Maybe I shouldn't.
Only ultimately. I don't really hate their coverage overall.
Should I include this
because
question
it
moving
was.
forward?
What's up?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you finish your point.
You're welcome to do so, but I think most people wouldn't even really understand it.
Yeah, most people aren't going to be like, oh, yes, I read the article 9 years ago from this journalist, and he made or she made these 5 points that I thought were really interesting. It's like, oh, God, no one's going to remember.
At most, they're just going to end up remembering the central thing, which is why I disagreed with setting up the way it happened. GG, my harassment. That's the bit that we still end up talking about today.
Yeah, maybe I should ask, though, if they seem like they might have an answer, but we'll play it by ear.
But yeah.
Did anyone in the media, well, you ran Burgers and Fries, Thidran. Did anyone in the media reach out to you to discuss either Burgers and Fries or your later involvement with Gamergate?
They talked around me mostly and talked trash. There was one gutter press dude that ended up more directly accusing me of harassment and linked to my Twitter handle, but didn't really much of anything came of it because I'm not a harasser.
How important is it to you that people don't see you as a harasser, Thidran?
I think it's just a waste of time. I don't waste my time viewing that lens. It's like people are going to view me as the worst things possible. I'm used to that. I've been through far worse than people saying, oh, he's just an historianism or he's a harasser. I've had people just beating the stuffing out of me simply because I disagree with them on a political opinion. I've had people trying to kill me. It's like, this is nothing to me.
Did you reach out to any journalists or media outlets who wrote articles about Gamergate to correct misinformation?
I basically summed it up as this. Do y'all actually want to talk about these issues that you claim to care about? I'll talk about it with you. If not, whatever works for you. Because you already know that some of this stuff is wrong.
Did the media's oh, this is a good one, Thidran. Did the media's coverage of Gamergate increase or decrease your trust in the media?
It couldn't really decrease it because mine was already at 0.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, hey,
Yeah.
let's put this one. You know what? If a journalist who got Gamergate wrong in your view is reading this now and they want to reflect on their own coverage of it that they did at the time, what do you want them to reconsider?
The main thing I would want them to reconsider is I would want them to think on how they actually want to view harassment. Because if they end up viewing harassment on this hypersensitive lens, they themselves are generally guilty of harassment under that definition that they put under GameGate.
What do you think the media can learn from how they covered Gamergate?
Stuff that's not obvious. The obvious one would be, why are you attacking your target audience? You know that costs you more than it gains.
Would you
Yeah.
sorry, do you have more to add?
Nah, I just don't get why they thought that was a good idea, even for clickbait.
Yeah, it really wasn't. Like, it really wasn't. uh, have you seen the Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
Early on, but I haven't bothered to look at it in at least the last 5 years because they've been banning people left and right by then. And so I doubt there was that many people that were able to make significant changes that didn't want the narrative that set that way.
Yeah, it's really bad, dude. It's really bad. They've even changed it from Gamergate controversy to Gamergate harassment campaign. That's a recent development. They did that a couple years ago, I think.
Surprising no one.
Yeah, at least the controversy framing was more of neutral. But like now that even the title of the article is completely captured.
Well, I already made the joke of the cultural Marxism issue, where before it had an entire article detailing the whole bits, then they ended up putting it as the conspiracy theory of cultural Marxists. With the irony being that the person that was proposing and making those changes was a self-avowed cultural Marxist.
Yeah,
It was funny.
Dude, I'm not gonna get into cultural Marxism stuff with you.
I don't know. The
I'm
only reason I
hungry.
would
I
say
want to eat.
that is because the guy ended up doing that and ultimately ended up being a self-fulfilling prophecy there. It's like, come on.
Well, like I'm fine with like there is like in some sense you could just say that like the current social justice mindset that is applying Marxist critiques to social issues. But they're taking out the economic element and replacing it with a social element, like a race or gender element. Like that is like a large part of like what modern day like social justice critique is, or
Pretty
critical
much. And
theory,
I
right?
just laugh at it
But
because
go ahead.
by ignoring the economic bits, they ultimately end up impoverishing their critique.
But at the same time, like a lot of the people who use the word cultural Marxist, like it's gotten used so much by people who like don't seem like they're super interested in like um in like normal American values, and they instead believe in like other things, that I become skeptical a little bit just when I hear the word now, because it's being used by people who don't seem like they're super good or have good
Yeah, fair
intentions.
enough.
But like that's not really the
But
fault of the
yeah,
word or the critique. That's like just an association I've happened to come across, it seems.
yeah, it's kind of like an association I've had with certain groups of individuals too. So don't feel bad. I've already made the joke with journalists.
Yeah, but I also have like negative associations towards like some of like the left wing language too, a little bit. Like I can't think of any specific examples off the top. Like if
I can think
somebody,
an easy one: equity.
yeah, equity. I think that's a good one.
It
Equity,
outright
just like
infuriates me.
it's like the yeah, because it really does mean like equality of outcome. It really does mean that. Like, but people are
That's the
like, no,
literal
no, I
meaning.
don't mean that. I don't mean that. But people, just like cultural Marxism, people use the term, but they, it's yeah. Anyway, we can move on.
Yeah, I sum it up as this way: I believe in equality. I don't believe in equity.
Yeah, I believe in equality too. And like I think like part of true equality of opportunity is like somewhat involved like the equity stuff. Like I think like not equality of outcome, but like equality of a level playing field more or less. Like that's why we have schools so
Yeah,
that even poor kids can
yeah.
still learn about science and math and history and like and that's why we
Or at
have
least have the chance to do so, or
yeah.
choose to not do so.
Right,
Which
right.
is why I think that college, the way it's being run in the U.S., is a sad, sad joke. Complete with predatory loans that saddle a whole bunch of people that don't know enough in debt. They end up doing introductory classes so that it takes long enough for them to commit for that first year, and then they saddle them with all the actual learning in the last 3 years. Because the first year ends up being like a review, and then they're given the middle finger because they end up owing for that year and they didn't learn anything, didn't get anything, and likely end up feeling that they got the middle finger.
Yeah, to be
Else,
like there's a lot of problems with colleges and universities, like I agree. But like at the same time, like if you're someone who's like a high school kid and thinking about how you're going to like improve your life, like college is actually like a pretty good way to do that. And
I got a better
people who
suggestion for most.
like but like there it is a very very quote unquote easy, not like it's a quote unquote obvious way that you can improve your financial situation. Like it depends on like a number of different factors, and you'll want to like talk with like your counselor and talk with your teachers, talk with your parents, and like talk to people in the industries that you're interested in and see like what they think. Because it's not going to be for
Yeah.
every industry, and sometimes you can
And
go
to
into the
be
trades
honest,
too. But like it also does like it is a very much a force multiplier having a degree on your lifetime
I would
earnings.
highly recommend the trades over college currently. Colleges have been doing a lot of diploma mill stuff. They've been pushing that to the point of a joke, and there's been a dearth of people going into the trade industry. That's why the pay in trade has been going up and up and up. Whereas in the college degree people that are trying to get the entry level bits done on their relevant degrees, there's been too much competition. So the wages have stagnated mostly, other than inflation, of course. It's becoming less valuable as a result of certain shenanigans that have gone on the last 30, 40 years.
Right. I just I agree. There's a lot of alternatives. I think the military is a really good life choice people can make depending on like what they're interested in. I think that the trades are. I think college can be too. But a lot of the way a lot of people talk about this, especially now, is that they're like, oh well, don't go to college. Don't go to college. It's a waste of money. And like that's not what you're saying. You have a more nuanced critique than that. But like, I don't think that that's good advice
I
either.
want to specify good times to go to college.
Mhm.
If you're attempting to go for something like medical school, if you're attempting to go to law school, if you're going for things that are relevant to that particular bit, that is a really good idea to go to college for, provided you have the resources for it. If you do not, you'll be owing out the yin yang.
Yeah,
So
and
live
look
within your
into
means
like what scholarships and stuff you can if you don't have the money too, and that is something you want to do, or look into
and
Pell Grants.
avoid loans if at all possible. A lot of them are predatory.
All right, Thidran, let's get back to
All
the
right, you go.
questions.
Unless you want to finish some more questions.
Yeah. Did you have something else you wanted to add about the college stuff, or?
Well, the only thing I would end up saying is you got to look within your means and be mindful of what other alternatives you got. It's better to go with something that you know you can do, that you will be content with, rather than something to push for that you know you can't handle.
All right. Would you like
Yeah.
to see the narrative, quote unquote, change on GamerGate?
I don't care one way or the other at this point because there's been a whole bunch of other shenanigans going on since then. That's been even worse.
Has your conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative about GamerGate?
No. Like I said, it is what it is. I already expected that going in.
All right. All right, some light items. But of course, the first light item is the hardest question of all. What's your favorite video game?
Favorite video game? Overall, Earthbound. Really enjoyed playing it. Played it through it at least 3 separate times. It was one of the earlier games that I ended up pirating just to be able to finally finish the game because I was renting it on Blockbuster and I would get all the way up to Gygas and then I'd have to return it and then a couple days later the save would be erased and I'd be mad.
I've never played Earthbound or any of them other games.
Well, it had a couple of interesting mechanics that I enjoyed. The best one for me personally was the scrolling health bar. So whenever you were hit in combat and damage was dealt to you, you would end up losing health first from the hundreds, then the tens, and finally the ones. And so what ends up happening is if you're dealt a lethal blow and you're going to die, if you act fast enough and you're able to heal your health before you end up dropping dead, you'll be able to keep going in combat. Or if you end up finishing the battle before you end up dropping dead and run out of it officially on that scrolling health bar, you can win the battle anyways. Stuff like that. It was a really neat touch.
I never could get into these games. I play Ness and Lucas in Smash Bros. Sometimes, but I could never get into the games because like they never released them in the U.S. except for the second game.
And they had a weird controversy on that one, anyways, trying to do scratch and sniff to advertise for the games. Like, what's wrong with you?
Like it seems like they have this like massive like fan community and like everybody talks about the games being amazing. But because like for some reason they made this decision never to release them in the West, except for Earthbound.
The second one was that. The first one, Earthbound Zero, actually was almost released, but ultimately they ended up just burying it. It was kind of sad, really. That was an interesting story, which I'm sure y'all have heard about, where someone ended up buying that prototype, or at least buying the right to borrow it and ROM dump it and return it to that collector so that can be out on the internet, which I am very thankful for, by the way.
Mist Sonata says I should try out the Mother games. I'm
I
so
have not
busy
tried
though.
out the third, mind you, but the first two, good stuff. But excellent ending to Mother 2.
So if I'm a let's be cringe. If I'm a young urban professional with not a lot of free time, is it worth picking up?
Takes too much time. If you just want something to enjoy, a recommendation that is not so taxing on your time, One Way Heroics. It's an accessible roguelite that most people would be able to appreciate. It also has quite a few little narratives involved in it that I think most people would like.
So is Mother though is it like a grindy RPG or
It can be, but once you get to a certain power level, you can end up just pushing through fights really fast. So, say for instance, you're powerful enough to defeat anybody, your enemies with a normal attack, for example, and on the first round, you don't have to actually fight the fight. All it ends up happening is you end up just killing them, and you get the benefits from that, which was also a nice touch because it was one of those things like an anti-grind feature. It's like, yes, get out
did you attend a GamerGate meetup?
of the way. No, I've been invited to like one, but mostly I don't. Okay, I'll explain my position on meetups in general. Okay, the only convention I've ever been to was a workers' convention, and I was paid to go. Otherwise, I'm not going to bother. Which should give you a hint as to how much seriously I took airplay, considering I was planning to go out of pocket to go there if it needed be.
You know, Thidran, I don't see this is the problem with like some of the stuff. Um or actually no, I'll just critique your view particularly on
Go
this.
for it.
I think if you're going to have like a successful long running thing, whether that's an event or whatever you want to call it, I think you're going to have to like have some sense of community. And that means like artwork, real life meetups, and like people hanging out and playing games with each other. Like it's going to involve like all of that stuff to keep the momentum going and to have like positive moments and positive associations and stuff like that. The Gamergate sings.
The thing is, I agree in that sense, but Gamergate itself didn't need to be that. You should have just been gamers. You could have done the same thing as gamers.
But there's a difference between like a random gamer who doesn't care about any of this stuff and like someone who's super plugged into like what's going on with Kotaku, what's going on with, X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, there's a name for those sorts, right?
Pro Gamergate? I'm just kidding. Actually, no, I'm not
Yeah,
even. Yeah, pro.
that
I
was
mean,
that was pretty
basically, right?
good. No, I was going to say casuals.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that
Yeah,
you're a casual just because you don't care about like the ongoing industry events, right? Or
it was a
controversies.
little bit of humor.
Yeah.
Like I said, for like there's the gaming people in general, right? But then there's the people that don't care about the gaming stuff in general at all. They don't barely even pay attention to the games. To me, they're just casuals. There's nothing wrong with being a casual. You just aren't really a gamer.
Miss Sonata says, if it's a good RPG, grinding is only necessary if you're bad at planning and strategizing. Yeah, dude, so many of this old. I have a perception, and maybe this is wrong, but I have a perception that the old like JRPGs, a lot of the ones from like the 90s and 80s, 90s, 2000s, that they were grindy as fuck. Is that wrong? Like Final Fantasy X, wasn't that grindy as fuck? And the original Final
I
Fantasy.
hated 10. The original Final Fantasy was somewhat grindy, but not really. But the original, as in true original one, I liked that for its limited use magic in this vein of D&D. That was awesome. It made things really a challenge because they made the Black Mage super powerful and able to deal ludicrous amounts of damage, but they only had so many castings of their spells before having to rest. So it made dungeon runs a little more strategic.
Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during Gamergate?
I can, but I mostly just talked with a lot of you casually. I mean, there was one guy that I would consider a friend, but I haven't talked with him in a while, and would like to get back with him. Yeah, called Hagar. He was cool. Rami was
Oh,
cool.
oh, I know. I can get you in touch with Rami.
I think I got her a bit, and I need to get in contact with her again on that note.
She doesn't like
Bacon
me.
was alright.
I can get you in touch
Eh,
with Bacon too.
Bacon is kind of. I ended up trolling Bacon one too many times. He got mad.
Bacon doesn't like me either.
He got mad. I can understand why he'd get mad because he was giving me earnest weight loss advice, and I was making the joke that I was going to exercise with my wife.
Yeah.
He got offended.
To be clear, I don't like dislike Rami or Bacon, but they kind of dislike me. Rami doesn't like me because of stuff involving the GamerGate Discord server from like 7 years ago. So, like, okay, I don't. Oh man, I'm not sure I want to talk about this because I don't even know. Like, like obviously, I've moved on with my life. But she's like, well, you misrepresented something that happened in the Discord server back then, and I don't know if I did or not because I don't remember like any of the moderator stuff from back then because it was like a I had the same policy towards moderation back then as I do now, which is that I don't want to deal with this shit, and if you have to drag me into this shit, I'm gonna be pissed, and I'm gonna make a decision. I'm gonna move on, but like, because it's like the least fun aspect of any of this. But it's also important. You have to do it right. You have to be responsible. But anyway, there was a bunch of drama back then on the Discord server about something, and maybe I didn't handle it well, or maybe I did. I don't fucking know. Like, I don't care at this point. Like, if I did fuck up, sorry, Raimi. But like, I'm a very busy person then, busy person now. If I didn't handle the situation well, my bad. But, but like, I don't know why it's like such a huge deal. Decade, almost a decade later. And maybe we could all move on together. But I can get you in touch with her and with Bacon. They both reached out to me relatively recently, so.
Yeah. Mostly, I just want to make sure that it's like, hey, my YouTube account's toast, anyways. My original Discord's also toast. I think they can still reach me on Steam
No,
for now.
I know that Bacon is active on Discord and Raimi is active on Twitter. So,
Yeah, so I should be able to reach out to them.
do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or GamerGate related art projects?
GamerGate the musical was actually fun, the original one, but it got kind of boring as it dragged on.
Oh, sorry, I kind of cut
Yeah,
your answer. Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
As far as Vivian James is concerned, it was amusing at points, but as a whole, admittedly, my amusement of it was green purple. Thanks, Doc.
Oh, Piccolo. Was that a reference to Piccolo?
It so is, and anybody that's trying to say otherwise is lying.
Honestly, though, that meme is fucking hilarious, dude. And
That's why I'm just
but the
laughing.
problem is people lie and they're like, "Oh, well, it's a rape thing." But like if you look at the
It has
actual
nothing to
meme,
do with
it's
rape.
got nothing to do with rape. It's Piccolo and Vegeta having sex, which like,
Yeah, the thing to understand is
there's nothing implying
Vegeta
it's rape
and
at all.
Piccolo at the thing. If he did not want that, he would not be doing that.
Oh yeah, if you look at the
Yeah.
the power levels, like Vegeta's several orders of magnitude more powerful than Piccolo. Now, like power level's not everything in the Dragon Ball universe, of course. And fuck you for bringing this.
I had to. Thanks, Doc.
Oh my god! Because like I don't even care about Dragon Ball Z. Like when I was a kid, I liked it, but I didn't get like super hardcore into it. And now I tried rewatching it. I think it was the original Dragon Ball as an adult, and man, it's kind of rough. But maybe I have to start with Z. I don't know. What do you think?
To me, the Dragon Ball I liked was the one before the time skip. That was more fun for me.
All right. Oh, sorry. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about your friendships you made during GamerGate? I kind of cucked your answer.
I didn't make too many friends long term, although I did end up ultimately finding my wife somehow. And the Down Dude Burritos, you say that it was useless. It was perfectly useful for my purpose. Whenever I ended up testing her, if I thought that she was going to be a keeper, I brought her to that Discord server. She handled dealing with it perfectly. I was like, she's a keeper.
You met your wife through GamerGate?
No, but I ended up bringing her to some communities I was involved in, especially that one. And I was like,
Huh.
perfect.
Well, I don't. To be clear, I don't think it was useless. I think that people did like a lot of like legitimate research there, and I think that there were a lot of like interesting conversations that took place. But man,
Well, a
some
lot
of
of
the
the
people
people in there
lost it,
ended
dude.
up.
But not everybody. Like it was a small.
Well, like I said, some of the people involved in that area that you had mentioned were involved in maintaining that wiki until they were like, screw this.
Yeah. And to be clear, like I probably made it sound worse than it was because like the reality is like two of the people there went to jail or prison for unrelated things. And they were kind of crazy. And was Silver Ranger? He might have swung by like once or
He was
twice,
not.
but he was
He was
not
there like once or twice, not
yeah.
random.
So like
Voice
mostly
Anon
it
was
was
more regular
probably
than that dude.
yeah, it was probably mostly fine. It probably was. It's just, actually no, it was. It's just
Let's be honest here. The more common one was really just people deciding to mess with other people every once in a while,
yeah.
and that was about it. I had
Hey,
already described two obvious instances of it.
anyway, let's get back to it. Some reflections. What was your favorite moment during Gamergate?
I think I had mentioned it already, but watching that episode of Law and Order, I laughed so hard because I knew there was so much lulls to be had with that.
Oh, but Thidran, have you taken this into account from the chat? Mist Sonata says, if you're talking about Piccolo fusing with Cammy versus Vegeta, before the hyperbolic time machine, Piccolo is arguably more powerful. So it could have been rape,
Yeah,
right? I mean, if it was at this
theoretically,
very specific moment. But of course, there's no
but
evidence to say that it's rape. But but what do you think of this argument here? Who's more powerful, Piccolo or Vegeta?
overall, Vegeta.
Okay. What about
Yeah,
what about Piccolo fused with Cammy? Does that change the calculus?
only in a very narrow time frame, and they'd have to prove that it was that particular one with the depowered, depowered Vegeta.
I just wanted to bring this up from the chat because it's so cringe and I like it. I love it. I love
Yeah,
it that
you'd have to prove that particular aspect of it before you can claim that it's a rape meme.
but also
Sorry, man.
even if Piccolo is more powerful, that doesn't mean it's not consensual.
Yep. Some people like being into that stuff.
Yeah. I mean like most relationships have like a power dynamic and people aren't like perfectly evenly matched in terms of their power.
Maybe Vegeta's a power bottom.
Maybe. Miss Sonata says, I think the important thing is that it doesn't look consensual. I don't know if that's true. Like, wait, I was about to pull it up on stream. Never mind. Absolutely not. That's.
Yeah, please no. That would be asking for you to lose your channel, man.
Yeah, never mind.
Don't do what I did and just leave the stream up for 24/7,
But
leaving
like,
people to do stuff like that.
don't get me wrong. Like, Vegeta, like he's presenting himself for Piccolo, and Piccolo moves in and he's thrusting back and forth, right? But like, we don't have any reason to think that Vegeta's not 100% on board with this. I don't think.
Pretty much.
God damn, dude, this is cucking my content. Oh, JT Vega asks, are you still digging?
Not in recent years. I've had to deal with real life stuff. I mean, I had mentioned it briefly earlier, but I've been homeless half this year.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Are you doing okay?
Well, I'm at least not homeless now, but currently broke as a joke and had to take a massive pay cut overall due to failing health.
Oh, well, I hope your health improves.
Yeah.
You see, you should have been like Sargon and just like milked it all for money.
Please no.
I'm just playing. All right. Uh, if you could have changed one thing about GamerGate, what would it be?
How to word it.
Yeah, I have to go
The
look at
thing
this
I
room
would
now.
change would be the people to focus on the interests rather than the community because they already had the communities needed. They should focus on the stuff that actually interested them. They would have found a lot more common ground.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that answer? Because I feel like it was really good, and I want to hear it again.
I'll repeat myself. I would have encouraged them to focus on the interests rather than simply the communities at large, because a lot of people would have found a lot more common ground rather than just an us versus them thing.
Do you think it's too
It's
late
one of the
for?
main reason.
Go ahead.
It's one of the main reasons I don't encourage stuff like pro versus anti and stuff like that.
Do you think it's too late for us to still build those meaningful connections and possibly change the gaming industry for the better?
It's never too late, but in the end, there's going to be another crash because of certain, how to word it, financial issues. The ideological ones just pale into comparison to the financial ones.
Let's say it's 10 years from now. Or sorry, hang on. I skipped a question. What would you personally have done differently during Gamergate?
Hmm. I think there's one that I would wish I didn't bomb. That InfoWars interview. That was hilariously bad on my part.
The InfoWars. Oh, when you. Oh, that's right. You got interviewed by InfoWars. Holy shit! How did I forget about this?
I had bombed it so terribly, but that was during a time whenever I was about to be homeless then, anyways. Ended up having to swallow my pride and moved up north with an older brother. It's because he was willing to take me and the nephew. If it was just me, I would have been okay.
Damn. Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah, little sister had embezzled thousands of dollars, and it's like, well, there's the money that I was hoping to have set up for other stuff, like being able to buy that Bitcoin and a whole host of other stuff.
Dude, imagine you got that Bitcoin. Imagine you bought Bitcoin back in the old days. Holy shit.
That
You'd
was
be
in
loaded.
chat. That was around 2015. That was whenever it was in the triple digits, way before everything jumped.
But dude, it peaked what, like 2 years ago, and then it was it was
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, I still had like half a Bitcoin, and I sold whenever it was about 2,200, 2,500 to help an old brother buy a small property.
Let's say
Still
it's
made some money. So
let's say it's 10 years from now, and an online movement, or something that looks kind of like a movement to some people at least, is looking into Gamergate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
pursue the stuff you actually care about. Don't worry about what other people think.
All right.
That's the easiest advice I can give.
What have you personally learned from Gamergate?
That you can lead a politician to water, but you can't make him think.
Yeah. And I do want to qualify for the book, so I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. So I do want to say, if I did fuck up 7 years ago or 6 years ago, or 7 or 8 years ago, with moderating the Discord, my bad. Okay. But like, I feel it's in the
Just
past.
like if
I
I
don't
fuck
even
up on
know.
shit,
Good.
by all means, blame me. Just the same advice I've given some early friends on that particular issue. Yeah, it was on the image board side of it, and the advice I had given them before they ended up outing themselves and was willing to try to moderate themselves: blame me for everything, and it worked pretty well initially.
That's okay, Thidran. I still blame you for everything. You're the reason GamerGate has
Good
a
job.
bad reputation. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It is as I intended. Good job.
No, I think it's way more complicated than that. And obviously, you weren't the founder of Burgers and Fries, so like you couldn't even like have
I ended up getting founder status, so I could change things after the fact, but that stuff was set in stone by the time I got it.
When did you take over BNF?
I think it was like was it a few months in? I'd have to check. Because it would have been, I think the previous owner was Cyber Eagle. And in the logs, it would end up showing me having to promise to make certain that certain things were bannable and this and whatnot. I think one of the promises I had to make was leave a word filter on one particular word. And I was like, okay.
What was the one word, or can you not say it on air?
I can say it on air, but it's cringe.
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead. If you want to, it's up to you.
All right. It's cunny.
What? Am I
Do
gonna
you
regret
really want
googling
to
this?
know it?
Oh,
You're going to
okay.
regret it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's pretty mild, bro. Like, why would?
That guy just hated that word.
Okay. 'Cause here, I was expecting like the N word or something, dude. I was expecting something very different, which YouTube would not allow, to be clear.
Yeah, if it was something that was YouTube was not allowed, I would have said it was not allowed, and I wouldn't say it at all.
Okay. All right. What have you personally learned from GamerGate?
I think you've asked this once, but I'll say that's it. There really isn't much that you can do as an individual. You need at least some help with other groups. You don't necessarily need a massive movement, but you do need cells that are willing to put in work. And quite a bit got done in those cells. So that was really nice training for a cellular structure.
Do you see parallels between GamerGate and the way society currently discusses issues?
Western society, yes, and it is not healthy.
Sorry, I'm responding to the chat real quick. What do you think of the leaderless and decentralized nature of GamerGate?
That as a whole, it should have maintained and been enforced, because all that ended up happening whenever people end up setting those people up is those poor bastards ended up getting targeted harassment. It's like, thanks.
Was GamerGate successful in your eyes?
By itself, it wasn't, but it certainly has led to a whole bunch of improvements over time, and also ended up exposing certain hidden cards that otherwise would have been used elsewhere.
What would success have looked like to you?
Success would have been actual reform in journalism, which, let's face it, that's an impossible task at that level. But at least some industry standards that not being pushed back against the microtransactions and other shenanigans. The fact that they're just not even day one DLCs, I hate those too. It would have been the pushback towards actual proper games rather than just trying to focus on the business aspect. It's really killing the creative end.
I want more creativity in games too.
I mean, it is a business, but at the same time, if you focus only on how much money you can make, you will kill that industry because of how it is.
All right, Thidran. If you could do it all over again, would you?
Yep.
I've only started asking that question relatively recently, but so far every single person, on both sides even, has said yes.
Yeah, I only have a few regrets in life, and this ain't it.
What do you think of this interview project?
Yeah, it's worth a shot. As long as people end up actually talking about stuff besides my harassment, it's a win in my book.
How do you feel I've done with it?
You've done all right. Like I said at the start, as long as you aren't going 90% in my harassment to your golden.
Have I been able to handle my biases well?
Everyone's got 'em, man. There's nothing wrong with having a bias.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. So actually, no, this is gonna be a whole conversation. I'm not sure I want to go down this route.
Yeah, you'll end up burning a lot of people out if you go too far in that.
I want to ask this question though. I've been thinking about it myself. I view myself and I view this project as an act of journalism. I do actually, but I'm not sure that a journalist has to be the 100% neutral person. I think they have to be fair, and I think they have to hear out competing views and try to present them in like a factual and fair way. And but I don't know if they should have to be neutral actually. As long as they're upfront about that bias and like not like trying to hide it. And as long as they do try to like put real effort into like trying to get multiple sides of a story and like try to be fair and like check their biases, which I try to do like consistently all the time.
But it's an impossibility to get rid of it outright because you're
Correct.
human.
Correct. But also, just by choosing to cover certain topics and not others, like me choosing to write a book about GamerGate, for instance, cover that as an act of journalism. Um, that also is like almost that could be seen as like a form of advocacy or activism in the world, which like I don't think is like
It
necessarily even
technically
bad.
would rate as activism because this is something that you were interested in. But then again, people freak out over people actually standing for beliefs or principles or anything of that nature. It's like you gotta stand for something, or else you'll stand for nothing, and you'll burn yourself out that way. You'll just stare at your navel all day. What do you have with that? It's why, while I'll disagree with people that wanted to make a community out of GG and all that jazz, I'm not going to say you can't do that.
I have no. Miss Sonata has a whole thing in the chat here. She's doing research on the different moves that were used. Um, by Vegeta and Piccolo and trying to discern from the GIF whether or not any of these moves involving power rings were activated. I.
If I remember correctly, those power rings were done by Vegeta himself. I could be wrong because it's I was more
Oh yeah,
into
I'll read the
before the
whole
time
thing.
skip.
It's great for the book, dude. Um,
It is.
okay, Mist says Tachyon Blue. Okay, I think I've finally figured out the rape thing. Are we allowed to say that on YouTube? Anyway, fuck it. Looking closer at the original, Vegeta is tied to the ground with several energy rings and presumably unable to get away. Now, these specific rings have only been shown to be used by Vegeta in canon. However, these key techniques are able to be copied, and other characters have similar binding attacks. Gotenks, for example. So it's entirely possible that his energy ring attack was turned against him by someone else, or Vegeta has tied himself down by himself. So it's either rape or rape flay. Well, actually, I mean, a lot of people are into that kind of thing. A lot of people are into that getting bounded. I mean, not that I would know anything about that or anything like that, guys. Uh,
Yeah, don't ask me this, man.
but I hear rumor has it some people are into that kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, there's whole genres on that.
Yeah. But like, I mean, like, yeah, I don't. Can you
I
send me the
almost thought of
image?
it. I'm not
Because
saying it here because don't want to give attention to that.
can you send me the image, Mist, or if you have it, Thidran? Because I'd have to analyze it in closer detail. But
The most common theory on 4chan is that it was Vegeta tying himself up.
yeah,
And so, yeah.
yeah. I mean, some people are into that sort of thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, let's move on before we're almost
Before we
there.
end up devolving further,
Yeah. But thank you. This is a great. This is. So I'm sorry it had to be done. Indeed, it did. Indeed, it did.
it's all your fault, Miss Sonata. I blame you.
Some people reading this might hold a negative view of Gamergate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
Well, you're welcome to view it however you want. Ultimately, it would be like trying to blame Woodstock goers for being a harassment campaign, though. They all ended up attending Woodstock, but not all of them ended up harassing. In fact, the vast majority of them were there to enjoy the concert.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about regarding Gamergate?
I think I've talked about the highlights needed. And if anyone ends up having further questions for me, they know where to reach me. Go ahead and bring me up at Twitter.
All right. Well, hey, Thidran, thank you so much. Thank you to the chat. We've got Miss Sonata, Milspec Monkey, JT Vega. Earlier we had Pinko Merchant. Um, sorry, it's a bit. We started way early, way early. I told people we were going to start this at 6:30. We started at 3:30 Central Time, and I've got some stuff going on in the real world. I'm doing okay though, don't worry. And some of you have reached out to me privately. I appreciate that. But no, I'm a professional. We got this done, and I'm glad you did it with me, Thydron. Thank you.
Ain't no thing. Maybe next time I should actually sleep beforehand. But oh well.
All right. Well, hey, you
Yeah,
have a good night. We can talk off air for a sec if you want. We got some people.
by
Oh,
all
we got some
means.
people on Kick too. I didn't realize. Hey, hello, Kick people. And we'll raid some
I
people
don't even know
too.
what kick is.
It's a free speech alternative to Twitch.
Oh,
Yeah, we will raid tomfoolery. Cool. All right. Well, hey, have a good night. Go say hi to Tom. Tell him Tachyon sent you.